Welcome back to Portimao. It is the opening two rounds of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along. A more welcome sight is the fact that looking in towards turn 5, the track actually looks to have dried out somewhat. It has been several days where it has been man versus machine versus the elements. It has been raining an awful lot over the last few days, and it was raining an awful lot during qualifying this morning. It was a very mixed qualifying session that saw many teams and drivers caught out. A lot of the drivers waiting till late in the session, waiting for the track to dry out to try and maximize the potential of a drying circuit. But the rain came in the end, and it meant that Milan Marchak scored his first ever pole position. You can see the grid there in what looks like the Portuguese sunshine, and in amongst that crowd, let's head down to Piers Pryor.
Brian, it is Portuguese sunshine. This is lovely. I'm very much enjoying this so far. The sun has come out. The gloves have gone on since the lunch break, so I don't know whether that was a wise choice of mine or not. But anyway, we are about to go racing for the first time in 2026 for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And let's grab a word on the grid with someone we've spoken to a couple of times already. Milan, can we have a quick word? How are you feeling on the grid? First race of the year. Nervous, excited? Tell us about what you're feeling.
I'm excited, but now it's pretty difficult because it's a gamble between wets and dries. So we'll see how that comes out. And
the circuit dried out quite a bit, has it?
Sorry?
Has the circuit dried out quite a bit since qualifying?
It has dried out quite a lot. You see some dry spots up here on track already. So yeah, in 30 minutes when all the drivers will drive on it, it's gonna be it's gonna dry up pretty quickly.
Interesting. Milan, we'll let you get yourself prepared for the start of the race. Interesting that the track's drying out quite quickly. The sun has got some heat in it. The air temperature not still that warm, but definitely that heat from the sun drying the track quickly. Tyre pressures, I think, are going to be crucial. Jelte Hofner getting a couple of words of advice from Jaap van Lagen, very experienced Porsche Cup racer. I think I'll leave him to that for now. We just spoke to Jelte a few moments ago in the lunch break. Third place on the grid. That is our grid. Milan Marchak pole position. Second place, Jelte Hofner. Very, very young front row. 17 and 19 years of age, respectively. The 22-year-old of Marco Giltrap goes off third place outside of the second row. It's a staggered 1x1 grid, so outside of the grid is pole, and it's 1x1. Was going to grab a word with Marco Giltrap, but he's very much in the mix. They are deciding between wets and slicks. There's a pair of slick tyres getting prepared in front of the car here. I don't know if camera operator Luke, I think they want to leave it to the absolute last moment. So it must be drier out on the other parts of the circuit than it is here on the start-finish grid. Don't know whether you can see, but it's still very much wet here on the start-finish straight. A breeze still in the air to keep the circuit dry. Man who's very calm, staying on wet tyres for now, is Wouter Boerkamp. Wouter, can we have a quick word ahead of the race?
Yeah,
a lot of decision-making going on to your left there. They maybe considering slicks. Is it dry enough?
I went out on slicks, for me personally not, but it's also a risk game. I don't want to take that risk, I don't have the budget. I see the cars around me on wets. If I want to go for a championship, then probably I would stay on wets. If you want to take risk, I think slicks it's an option, but you have to stay on track for the first 5-6 laps. And I'm here to learn, I'm going to just stick with what the rest is doing as well. But I would love to see him gamble for slicks.
I bet you would, pick a position off the start. Which part of the circuit is the driest at the moment?
Everything high up, so the straight towards turn 5, the tabletop 10, 11. That's where the sun is on, the wind is on, so that's drying the hardest. But I think we're just not enough cars to really dry the track.
Tyre pressures must be crucial there for you're on the wets.
Yeah, we're going to take a risk with that as well.
Okay, I won't pry any more than that. I'll let Team GP Elite get themselves prepared for the race with Wouter going from fourth place. Spoke to him on the lunchtime show as well. Very much looking forward to a year of Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup with Wouter Boerkamp. He is the man in form. Took the win at the final round of the season in Monza for the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. The driver in fifth place, Theo Elenas, he also looks like he's sticking with the wet tyres. Wet tyres for now, Theo?
Yeah, wet tyres for now, although it will be a bit tricky because the conditions are drying up. and but it looks like it's going to be the same for everyone from the guys that they're in front of us. So yeah, it's going to be a gamble, but let's see what will happen.
Did you see that they had the slick tyres out for Marco, but they've decided to stay with the wets? Do you reckon it would have been too much of a risk?
Yeah, a little bit too much of a risk because Sector 1 and Sector 3 is a bit wet at the moment. Sector 2 is drying up, so yeah, it's going to be tricky. Hopefully everything goes well.
What's your plan for the race? What's your outlook? What are you going to be concentrating on?
I mean, I just want to get a good start and be clear by turn 4 because it's going to be a little bit all over the place. But yeah, I mean, as long as I can survive the first lap and try to aim ahead for the top 3 positions.
Amazing. Right, that's it. ՁYWO Elenas, he's going from P number, is that 5? Yeah, P5. So 5th place on the left-hand side of the grid outside. Then we've got Spark Racing driver who's sort of is joining us this year, Nikola Milkovic. He's deep in conversation with his race engineer at the moment, so I think I'll leave him to it. Just a few moments away from our race. A young driver that's joining us is the Matthias Comparato. We briefly spoke to him during the lunch break as well. Races in Brazil, so they do get a fair amount of rain in Brazil. Can I jump in and have a quick word with Matthias? Matthias, first race of the year. It's a wet one. Does that play to your strengths, or will it be tricky out there for you?
First year of the race, I will try to do my best, improve my position, and try to stay in the track in this wet condition.
I think that's going to be crucial. It's just staying out of trouble. Good luck, Matthias. It's his first race in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Very young driver, 19 years of age. We've got a lot of young drivers racing with us this year. Great to see the talent of the sport coming through the field. Another young driver who's actually, as I mentioned during the lunchtime walk, is our highest placed returning driver in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Nick, I've spoken to a lot of the drivers ahead. It is definitely wets out there. I don't think anyone's gone on slicks that I can see, but some drying parts of the circuit. A lot to think about in this one.
Yeah, for sure. I think the crossover point will be near the end of the race, but to start on slicks now, we will lose too much time.
Yeah. Do you reckon any chance of a pit stop, or would that be too much time lost?
That's too much time lost. It's a sprint race. It's only 30 minutes, so a pit stop is not in the game.
What's on your head now? What's your plans for the first couple of laps?
My plan is to survive the first few laps, and then the race will come towards us because the track will dry up, and let's see from there.
I think you've got better pace than you showed in qualifying. You can go forward?
Yeah, we struggled a bit in qualifying, so we have to look forward now.
Looking forward indeed. Nick Ho there for the Team GP Elite. The number 29, Jesopolder Dijkert, going on the outside there for Red Ant Racing. Haven't had a chance to chat to him yet. Hopefully we'll get a chance to chat to him at some point this weekend. At the very least, we'll make sure we catch up with him in Estoril. Then Joep Muller, who we spoke to, part of the Muller clan for PG Motorsport, another driver that I think has got more pace than he showed in qualifying. He was in the top 3 in the wet practice this morning, didn't manage to replicate that pace in qualifying. He will be going from 10th place on the grid, 11th on the outside of the row number 6, the 144, Levin Gelf. We spoke to Levin, one of the least experienced drivers with total race experience here on the grid. He's also one of our rookies. He'll be looking for a good race. Thumbs up from Levin. We've got 3 minutes, so time for one quick word. Levin, looking forward to the race. I can see a smile on your face there.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's in your mind right now? What are you thinking about?
Just manage my first standing start well.
Your first standing start ever?
Yeah, my first standing start.
Good luck with that. I'll leave you as much time as possible to concentrate on that. That is not an easy feat. You might think it's like pulling away from the lights, traffic lights. Nope, these cars, a lot more horsepower, clutch is a lot more tricky, so it's definitely a skill in itself, especially considering the circuit is wet. A lot of these drivers won't have had a chance to do a standing start here at Portimao before. Wet circuit here at the start-finish line. We've heard that there's dry patches out in the middle sector. This is going to be a great start to the year. Really looking forward to the first Sports Division Club race here at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Brian, over to you to call us through the start of this race.
Thank you, Piers. What a great job. What a lot of interesting insight there. Oh, what a way to start the season. This is going to be fascinating. The tyre issue is going to be something that is going to rage on for the whole of this race. I think if Walter Burkamp is going to stick with wet tyres, then that is the sensible one. I enjoyed hearing him saying, yeah, if anyone up ahead wants to do it, that's fine by me. But of course, these wet weather tyres are made to run in the wet. So what we're going to see once this race is settled down is a lot of the drivers looking for wet patches on the track to keep these tyres cool, because if they overheat, they fall apart. And towards the end of the race, just managing those tyres and having some kind of grip towards the end is going to be critical. I don't think anybody is starting on slick tyres. And as was already mentioned, you can't come into the pits for a tyre change because you'd lose so much time. You'd never make that up in a 30-minute sprint race. So this opening round of the season, round 1 of 8, is going to be a real nail biter. It's going to be about the drivers, about the cars, about the tyres. And of course, that's presuming the rain holds off. I don't think there's any rain in the neighbourhood at the moment. I think we're due some later this afternoon. So at the moment, we're looking like it should be dry for the next half an hour plus 1 lap. For the sport division, it is a clutch start, a standing start. And on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see our pole sitter, Milan Marchak, did all the hard work in the rain. His first pole position, so the pressure is on him. He always looks cool, calm and collected, seems very, very chilled, but this is going to test that one to the limit, because let me tell you, Jelter Hofner, who starts alongside him, is not scared to get his elbows out. And if he sees any kind of opportunity into turn 1, that red and white machine will be in there. Keep an eye on Marco Giltrap, who will also be starting from 3rd on the grid. And of course, Walter Burkamp, who starts alongside him. We've got Theo Elenas on row 3 with Nikola Milkovic for company. On row 4, Mateus Comparato with Nick Ho. He'll be making progress from 8th on the grid. Then it's Jesse Polderdijk with Joop Muller, who's starting a lot further back than he had anticipated. Then we just heard from Levin Gelf. Remember, he's going to be making his first ever standing start, so that'll be an experience for him from 11th on the grid. Then Luciano Martinez starts 12th. That's car number 12 in 12th place. And then bringing up the rear, Cesar van der Voosteen. Not so much pressure starting from the rear, but will be keen to make up for what was a fairly traumatic start. And it looks like the trauma is continuing for the number 29 car. So Jesse Polderdijk has had an issue, has not got off the line. So Jesse Polderdijk being pulled back into the pits. Oh, don't hit the wall. So they'll have to just turn that around, and it's if they can get the car running, then it will have to be a pit lane start. But at the moment, Jesse Polderdijk, this is not what he had in mind when he got out of bed this morning. The car being pulled back into the pit lane before the rest of the field come around. The rest of the field currently up at turn 9. They're weaving hard to generate heat into the tyres and into the brakes so that they have a bit of grip when they come round to the start-finish line. But you can see the marshals having to work very hard and very quickly, because here come the rest of the pack. They're up at turn 12 at the moment. So the Polderdijk car should be pulled clear, but that is a disastrous start. And now I'm told that he is clear of the grid, so there shouldn't be any delays getting this race going, but not how he wanted to start his 2026 season of racing. Porsche Sprint Challenge, and there's another car. Now that's just a show car. I thought that was one of our competitors 1 minute, strategically placed to foil us all. So Milan Marchak now leads the pack out towards the start-finish line, towards turn 15. At this circuit, which is 4.653 kilometers around, 15 turns, 6 to the left, 9 to the right, characterized by an awful lot of undulation. Best overtaking opportunity probably into turn 1, because that pit straight is a little under a kilometer long. It's fairly wide as well, so great opportunity. The only problem the drivers have, as you can see from Milan Marchak there, is that it's a fairly blind crest coming out of the final corner and then out towards the pit straight. Right, well, I've been told by peers that teams are preparing slicks. So this, well, who knows? I can't believe that a driver could come in, make a pit stop, and be able to get out and not lose position. But there's somebody who's peeled in already. Now that looks like, is that Walter Boerkamp's? I'm not sure. I think it's Walter Boerkamp who's into the pits. Yes, it is. So, well, he's sold us a W there, hasn't he? He told us all he wasn't going to do it. But suddenly, he's into the pits now. He won't lose as much time here because he'll be able to start at the end of the pit lane, providing the team can get this turned around quickly enough. And he may well be coming through the pack. So Walter Boerkamp, he has taken the gamble. Everybody else is on wet weather tyres. This is going to be exciting. 5 red lights on, 5 red lights off. We are racing our Portimao Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and Jelle Hoffner has made the start he dreamed of. It's been a bad start for Milan Marchak. He's been swallowed up by the rest of the pack, but now he's trying to fight back on the outside. Just behind him, Marco Giltrap. You can see Jelle Hoffner fighting with the wheel, trying to keep the car pointed in a straight line, but Milan Marchak now coming back on the outside after that awful start. He picks it all up and gets back into the lead. What a monumental first couple of corners. We're riding on board with Teo Ellenas there. He can see the fight in front of him. He goes to the inside under braking. There's Milan Marchak up ahead, leading the way. Ellenas goes deep into the corner. There's Jelle Hoffner just to the side of him. The cars all fighting for position on this opening lap. What great racing. Milan Marchak looked like he'd lost it all, fell back through the pack, but then came back around the outside. Meanwhile, Teo Ellenas has had a great start. He's mugged Jelle Hoffner. He's up into second place. Hoffner's not done yet. He's trying to fight back, but suddenly he's got Marco Giltrap all over him. Looking to the outside now. Giltrap ducks back to the inside. Heading down the hill, they come into the right-hander. Hoffner taking a cautious tight inside line. Teo Ellenas on the wide outside. All of this allowing Milan Marchak to break a little bit clear at the front. What great racing we are seeing here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the opening race of the season, and it's all kicking off at the front. Remember, the drivers need to look after these tyres because the wet weather tyres are going to fall apart if they take too much out of them too soon. Looking for the wet patches to keep them cool. Jelle Hoffner back to the inside of Ellenas for second place. Hoffner just keeping it tidy on the inside, not allowing himself to get hot under the collar. The two cars run side by side out along past the start-finish line in towards turn one. Hoffner has the faster inside line. Will Teo Ellenas be able to outbrake him? No, he won't. But look at Marco Giltrap coming on the outside as well. He ducks back to the inside. Teo Ellenas now. Ellenas on the wide outside, doing what Milan Marchak did on that first lap. Marchak sees Ellenas on the outside. Brilliant racing here, side by side for the lead of this race. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars all in the lead battle. Teo Ellenas has got his nose in front, leading the way. Milan Marchak getting mugged by the 27 car. Out they come once again. Marchak has a little look to the inside, under braking into turn 5. Now up the hill, Marchak has that inside line. It's a drag race up the hill. Is it Marchak who has his nose in front? I can't see Teo Ellenas to the side of him. Ellenas now back in front. The two cars almost making contact. Marchak back to the inside. Amazing racecraft. Look at Marco Giltrap, Jelle Hoffner there as well. And also Nikola Milkovic. Milkovic joining in this battle. 5 cars all fighting for the lead. Brilliant stuff. What a way to start the season. Teo Ellenas in control. Now Marchak muscles his way through on the inside. Marchak back to the lead. Teo Ellenas in second. Jelle Hoffner now fighting for that second place. He's in third at the moment. No, he's not. He's down to fourth because Marco Giltrap has now muscled his way into third place, challenging for second. We knew that Marco Giltrap would be a contender here. Such a rapid pilot, but he's in third place at the moment. Tio Elenis continues to lead. Milan Marchak, our pole sitter, down to second place, but now Giltrap to the inside. Marco Giltrap with that tight inside line. He has a nose into second place. The back end of the car sliding around the corner out onto the pit straight. They come once again. Sensational racing from Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Great mature racing. All the drivers respecting each other, giving each other space. Marco Giltrap now under pressure from Jota Hofner. Hofner ducks back to the inside. Hofner in third place, having started second. He won't be happy about that. But look who's in the background. There is Nick Ho working his way forwards. Meanwhile, just to keep an eye on Walter Burkamp, he's still at the back at the moment, but he'll be moving forwards as his tyres come up to temperature. There is Tio Elenis, our race leader, but for how long? Marchak with a nose retakes the lead once again. Elenis tries to duck back to the inside, out of 5 towards 6. Elenis back to the lead. Brilliant stuff. This fight for the lead. The two cars running side by side. It's Marchak once again. Tio Elenis in second place. Going to be fighting back though. Keep an eye on Marco Giltrap in third place. He's now lining up the car that was leading the race. Only one lap ago. Marchak's back in front. You can see the dry patches appearing on the track. Marco Giltrap goes deep into the corner, leaves the door open to Jota Hofner. Our race leader at the moment, Milan Marchak, from Tio Elenis, from Marco Giltrap, from Jota Hofner. These four pilots absolutely nose to tail. Nick Ho has worked his way past Nikola Milkovic. The two cars got together. They're just out of shot. It looks like Ho's managed to keep it together, but Milkovic is off. I think he might have picked up some damage. We saw him and Nick Ho just making slight contact coming out of the corner. Milkovic goes wide. But Nick Ho in the Rapid Team GP Elite car closing in on the lead four cars. Jota Hofner flashing the lights out towards turn 1. We come once again. Can we stand this for another 23 3/4 minutes? It's Milan Marchak who leads. Tio Elenis in second place. Then Marco Giltrap. Then Jota Hofner. Remember the tyres. The drivers need to look after the tyres because they need to be able to fight, attack and defend in the closing stages of this race. At the moment, Walter Burkamp is some 27 seconds back from the leaders. That was the moment Milkovic and Nick Ho got together. Now, has Milkovic got problems with that car? Just look and see where he is. He's dropped all the way down to 11th place. Now, looked like a racing incident to me, but I dare say the race directors will be looking at that. So, less than 23 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Let's take stock. Milan Marchak leads, having surrendered the lead several times over, but now Jota Hofner challenging the New Zealand driver Marco Giltrap. All four of these drivers at the front are so rapid. Marco Giltrap, probably the more experienced of all of them, but he's got Jota Hofner, a driver who has already shown that he's not scared to get his elbows out. Giltrap goes deep into the corner. Hofner's not able to take advantage of it at the moment. 22 minutes of this race. Brilliant stuff. Keep an eye on Nick Ho in 5th place, who continues to close in on this lead battle. This 4-way battle could soon become a 5-way battle before too long. So, Milan Marchak leads the way. Second, Tio Elenis. The gap was about half a second the last time they crossed the start-finish line. Quickest man on the circuit now is Milan Marchak. He's going to have to nurse those wet weather tyres though, because they will be starting to get a little bit worn. You can see the cars aiming for the wet patches on the track. Out along the pit straight into turn 1 we come once again. Marco Giltrap still holding on to that 3rd place. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all in one shot. I don't think Nick Ho has settled for 5th place by any stretch of the imagination. He started 8th, so he's made up 3 places. He's closing in on this lead battle. Here they come. Here's your race leader at the moment. The fight for second. Theo Elenis has Marco Giltrap now looking to the outside. Into turn 5 they come. Giltrap has a look to the inside now. But Elenis goes to shut the door. But Giltrap has his nose in front. The two cars are running absolutely neck and neck. Now Elenis with a nose in front. Into turn 7 they come. Marco Giltrap looks quicker, looks impatient. In the Team 75 car, he pulls alongside the number 27 car. And then he sails past. So he takes that position away. Is up to second place for Marco Giltrap. Now Theo Elenis in the S1 racing car, trying to fight back to the inside. Dive bomb into the corner they come, back into second place. Meanwhile, this allows Milan Marchak to stretch his legs a bit at the front whilst the cars behind are fighting with each other. It allows him to break clear. Marco Giltrap side by side with Theo Elenis. Jelter Hoffner now having to defend from Nick Ho, who is now looking for that 4th place. Second place very much up in the air. These drivers giving each other so much respect. Great to see such mature driving. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division side by side. Going out wide, Theo Elenis can't afford to exceed track limits. If he does, the race directors may well get involved. There have been a couple of incidents noted by our race directors. I don't want to look away from the screen. Look at that. Walter Burkamps is the quickest man on the track. You saw that flash up. He is in 13th and last place at the moment, but he's now putting in laps that are quicker. So his last lap was a 1:58.1. The last lap for our race leader was a 2 minutes 1.1. So Walter Burkamps is lapping 3 seconds a lap quicker than our race leaders. So Burkamps could well be a factor as this race comes to its closing stages. Once again, the battle for second place. Marco Giltrap currently ducks back in behind Theo Elenis, but you know he is not done yet. Will they know that Walter Burkamps is coming up through the pack? He's in 13th at the moment, but it won't be long before he starts to challenge the number 29 car of Jesse Polderdijk in front of him. Polderdijk, who's able to run in 12th place. We're on board once again with Theo Elenis as he has a look to the outside of Marco Giltrap. Brilliant, brilliant driving. He tucks in back behind Giltrap into that second place. These two have swapped positions so many times. They're not allowing Milan Marchak to get too far away. At the moment, 1.544. When they crossed the start-finish line, it was about 1.3. So Milan Marchak just holding a fair bit of pace here, holding that gap, but not able to pull much further clear than about 1.5 seconds. The cars behind settling down just for a moment. It is Marco Giltrap in second, Theo Elenis in third. Nick Ho has dispatched Jelter Hoffner, so Hoffner will be distinctly grumpy about that down in 5th place. He will no doubt be fighting back. Walter Burkamps, where is he? He is setting purple after purple after purple. He is 20.08 seconds back from our race leader, but he is currently lapping in a 1:57.5. He is lapping 3.5 seconds a lap quicker than any other car on the track. Walter Burkamps took that gamble at the end of the formation lap. When Peter spoke to him on the grid, he was like, yeah, only a lunatic would wear wet weather tyres for this race. But he sold us the dummy, because at the end of that formation lap, he decided the track was dry enough for slicks. He came in, he's changed to slicks. Now he is playing catch up. Now he is going to have to use all of his experience, everything that he's coached all the other drivers with over the years. He's now going to be applying to himself as he tries to work his way through the pack. He's got Levin Gelf up ahead of him in 11th place, and he's going to be picking off the cars fairly rapidly once he catches up with him. And catching up is exactly what Marco Giltrap has done to Milan Marchak. Did Marchak take too much out of those tyres at the start of this race? Because we now have a fight for the race lead. Marco Giltrap to the inside. Marchak didn't look to have very much that he could defend with there. So our new race leader, Marco Giltrap, he's been in the wars, he's been fighting, and now he relegates the pole sitter Milan Marchak, who falls back into the clutches of Theo Ellenis. So Marco Giltrap will want to put as much daylight between himself and the pack behind as he can, because Walter Boerkamps very soon will be on the same straight as the leading pack. Boerkamps at the moment is just about to come out of the final turn, and this is the race leaders heading into turn 1. So Boerkamps now within a straight of the leading pack. Jota Hofner has peeled off into the pits. So Hofner is into the pits. Is he going to go for slick tyres, or is he retiring? We don't know yet, so we're keeping an eye on that. So into the pits comes the car that started on the outside front row, and this is not for a tyre change. He's out of the car and he is furious. Jota Hofner slams the door shut. It looks like he's probably got damage. They're looking at the left front of that car. So Jota Hofner, the car that started second on the grid, retires to the pits. The car that started stone last in the pit lane, Walter Boerkamps, now fighting his way back up through. He's up to 7th place. It's Luciano Martinez up ahead of him. He's not going to waste much time dispatching the number 12 car, because he has so much more grip, so much more pace. He is still running over 3 seconds a lap quicker than any other car on the track. We're over the halfway point of the race, but Walter Boerkamps is no doubt now going to be thinking about giving Marco Giltrap a headache. Giltrap, who is 0.786 clear of the silver car on your screen. Milan Marchak defending from Theo Ellenis, and an impatient Nick Ho. Nick Ho will be eager to get past the car in front of him. Theo Ellenis looks to the inside of Milan Marchak. Oh, these wet weather tyres shot on these cars into second place. Theo Ellenis with his nose in front. Ellenis, who spent most of this race side by side with other cars, now dispatches Milan Marchak, the pole sitter, down into 3rd place. Nick Ho will be trying to close in. You can see once again Walter Boerkamps sets another fastest lap, a 1:54.778. He is absolutely flying. And next up the road ahead of him will be the 98 car. But there's a gap at the moment of 7.9 seconds that he's going to have to close up. But once he catches up with Nick Ho, he will be on rails in comparison. Those slick tyres up to temperature, now gripping better than anybody else on the track. Our race leader, Marco Giltrap, will be wishing away the next 13 minutes plus 1 lap, because the number 30 car is closing in on the leading pack. Our leader, Marco Giltrap, at the moment, he is some 3.5 seconds clear of Theo Ellenis. So the two cars that have been fighting, as they fight again for second place, have allowed the leader to break well clear, and the two of them fighting has allowed Nick Ho to pass both of them. Nick Ho waited for his moment, bided his time, and sailed past both Theo Ellenis and Milan Marchak from 4th to 2nd in one move. This is critical for Nick Ho, because when Walter Boerkamps gets up with him, he'll want to have as much space as he can to defend. But now Theo Ellenis is coming back in the background. You see Walter Boerkamps. Now Ellenis back up to 2nd place. What an attacker. But there's Boerkamps now rushing to join this battle. He's taken 3 or 4 seconds out of that gap in front of him in just 1 lap. Now Theo Ellenis in 3rd place. There is Nick Ho also in there as well as Milan Marchak. So in fact, Ellenis up into that 2nd place, of course. Nick Ho in 3rd, but who can live with Walter Boerkamps? At the moment, Marco Giltrap has a 5.6 second lead, but that is going to melt away once Walter Boerkamps can get past this battle in front of him. Boerkamps looks to the inside of Milan Marchak. Marchak will have nothing to defend with. To the inside goes Boerkamps. He's doing his best to hold on round the outside. but Boerkamps is through. Next will be his young protege, Nick Ho, just ahead of him in that third place. Boerkamps said he didn't fancy the idea of fighting his protege, but he's just going to drive around the outside of him. The dry patches on the track are where Boerkamps is aiming, and the number 30 car is through and into third place. Theo Ellenis is going to have nothing to defend with either. We have about 10 3/4 minutes remaining. The entire field on wet weather tyres, but that car there, number 30, sails into second place. The only slick runner. He took the gamble at the end of the formation lap, and now he's into second place. All that remains is a gap of 5.6 seconds. In fact, it's now 7.2. Now they've crossed the timing beam, but he is so much quicker. The last lap from Marco Giltrap was a 1:59.2. The last lap from Walter Boerkamps was a 1:54.213. So some 5 seconds a lap quicker. So by my reckoning, Walter Boerkamps will be up with race leader Marco Giltrap in less than 2 laps. We're into the final third of the opening race of the season. It has been a phenomenal race. What a way to start the season. There's your race leader looking for the wet patches. There is second place looking for the dry patches, heading in towards turn 1. That car is on rails. Walter Boerkamps now just 3.4 seconds back. So on this pace, we'll be up with Marco Giltrap by the time they reach the start-finish line next time around. Nick Ho in 4th place. Just ahead of him, Theo Ellenis has broken clear. Milan Marchak, our pole sitter, will be disappointed with that 5th place. Now trying to make damage recovery, but the tyres on the 96 car potentially shot away. He looks to the outside of Nick Ho into turn 5, tries to duck back to the inside. Now the drag race as they run almost side by side, but Ho looks to have the legs coming up towards the flat out turn 6 and then into turn 7. Ho looks to have this covered off at the moment. This is the fight for 4th place. The fight for the lead will be on in just a few moments. 8.5 minutes remaining of this opening race of the season. Second place, Walter Boerkamps closing down on Marco Giltrap. Closing down, closed down, job done to the inside. Marco Giltrap had absolutely nothing to defend with because Walter Boerkamps had the legs. He had the grip. He took the gamble when he was 30 seconds back from the entire pack of cars. We wondered whether he had messed up with the gamble, but he hadn't. And now look how quickly he pulls clear at the front of this race, leaving Marco Giltrap in his wake with 7 3/4 minutes remaining, lapping at a 1:52.755. Now some 6 seconds a lap quicker than the remaining cars in the field. I see that an investigation between Jelter Hoffner and Marco Giltrap has flashed up on the screen. It's going to be investigated after the race. And I wonder whether that might have had something to do with Jelter Hoffner retiring, whether those two cars got together. We'll find out about that. A track limit warning has been issued to Theo Ellenis in 3rd place. So he is under observation by the race stewards as well, and he needs to keep it between the white lines. Riding on board with 5th place Milan Marchak, who put up such a fight, and into the pits comes Cesar van der Voosteen. So the 46 car coming into the pits. Looks as though that's going to be an issue. I don't think it's worth him coming in for a tyre change at this stage of the race. Just 6 3/4 minutes remaining. Walter Boerkamps leads the way from Marco Giltrap by 2.6 seconds and increasing. Giltrap in a fairly solid second place is some 7.3 clear of Theo Ellenis. and Theo Ellis is about 1.8 clear of Nick Ho. A track limit warning now issued to Ute Muller in the number 10 car, who has been getting on with it up into 6th place. So Ute Muller, who started down in 10th, now up to 6th place. So done a sterling job just staying out of trouble, keeping everything pointed in the right direction. Nikola Milkovic, that we saw so whether that was a puncture or whether that is a change for slicks, we will see. Change for slicks, I'm told. So the number 46 car coming in late in the race for slicks, getting a bit of dry weather running in on that car. More of a test session now than anything else, because ൦van der Voosteen is going to be running down in 11th place. I was about to mention Nikola Milkovic in 8th place. We saw him earlier on dropping back after that incident. Doesn't look like he's got any damage, so he continues in that 8th place. So just over 5 minutes remaining plus 1 lap of this race. We're looking at Nick Ho in 4th place. Up ahead of him, Theo Ellis. Marco Giltrap in 2nd place. Walter Boerkamp's leading the way. On board with Milan Marchak in 5th place. Some 19.8 seconds back from the race leader, who continues to set fastest lap every time he crosses the start finish line. It is quicker than the lap before. Walter Boerkamp's now well in the lead. Marco Giltrap 8.474 back from him. So 2nd place is as good as it's going to get from Marco Giltrap. Then Theo Ellis in that 3rd place. There is Nick Ho in 4th place. Milan Marchak, you get the feeling the tyres on that car absolutely shot. He had to fight so hard for position in the early part of the race. Theo Ellis also probably struggling for traction just a little. There's Nick Ho in the McDonald's car. He is loving Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Milan Marchak trying to recover something from this race. High hopes having started from pole position, but you could see that car just struggling for traction into the corner. Nick Ho in 4th place has it covered off at the moment. Unbelievably, on the last lap, Walter Boerkamp set a time that was 7 seconds quicker than 2nd place Marco Giltrap. That is the difference between wet and slick tyres on a drying track. There is the slick shod number 46 ຄໍvan der Voosteen car, just moving out of the way, not getting in the way of any battles. On board with Theo Ellis in 3rd place at the moment. Everybody's spaced out, so it looks like things are likely to finish as they are now, but they've still got to get to the end. We've still got tyres that are falling apart. Walter Boerkamp has disappeared. I mean, he is getting on for coming towards quarter of a lap clear of 2nd place Marco Giltrap. Giltrap 15 points, well, not quite quarter of a lap, but 15.3. That gap has increased since they crossed the timing beam. There is the 3rd place Theo Ellis, not under immediate threat from Nick Ho at the moment. There's Nick Ho, who made such good progress, but it looks like a podium is going to be just a little bit too far out of reach for him. Milan Marchak marches on. So at the moment, our 3rd place car just keeping out of trouble, keeping it together, looking for the wet patches on the track. At the moment, he's heading into turn 13, and Walter Boerkamp is just crossing the start-finish line. That's how far ahead he is. He started absolutely stone last. He started in the pit lane. We've got some track limit warnings coming as well. Car 10, that is Ute Muller, who has been asked to respect track limits. And we already know about the 27 of Theo Ellis. So the steward's keeping an eye on things. There is Theo Ellis, the driver who we're hoping to see in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux and Porsche Carrera Cup France in this coming season. The driver who once tested Formula 1 and was a reserve driver for the Marussia Formula 1 team. Running in 3rd place making his comeback to motorsport after some time off. And there is Walter Boerkamps, a man who has really stepped up a gear. Took a win at Monza in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup last year. Took a win at the Red Bull Ring in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany last year. Very much a contender in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany this year. He will be a championship challenger. There is no doubt about that. Behind him, Marco Giltrap warming up for his season in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia in second place, but now nearly 22 seconds back from Boerkamps. Dennis Tierelener some 11 seconds back. Look at those clouds. A sudden cloudburst could have changed everything. It looks like the sun is going to stay shining for what remains of this race. It's going to be the remains of this lap, and then I think a couple more. The clock has still got 30 seconds on it, so it'll be what remains of the lap that Walter Boerkamps is about to start, then one more before he sees the checkered flag. And with those dark clouds on the horizon, I expect that Walter will be quite happy to see the checkered flag, because there is an awful lot of rain in the area, and a sudden cloudburst would certainly make those slick tyres almost unusable. At the moment, all is good. He's got a 29.2 second lead over Marco Giltrap, who has now just started this lap. Boerkamps so far ahead, aiming for the dry patches only. Out he goes towards turns 7 and 8. Keeping it tidy, keeping it all together. The driver who we saw in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux back in 2024 and 23. Took a couple of third places there, but has had to step away from motorsports. Driving, has been coaching primarily due to budgetary reasons, but now has the budget. We heard him talking to Piers prior in the lunch break. He talked about how he was coaching and he got behind the wheel of a car and showed that he's still more than capable. Team GP Elite took one look and went, yes, we want you on board. He came back and he won in Super Cup. He won in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. And now he's getting ready to start the final lap of the race to take a win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Out of the final corner he comes. Out across the start-finish line for the very last time. Just 4.653 metres now stand between Walter Boerkamps and a first ever win in this series. Continuing to put in fastest laps, a 150.136, now circulating 8 seconds a lap quicker than second place Marco Giltrap. He made the gamble. The team looked at the weather. They made that decision and it paid off. Walter Boerkamps on his final lap towards turn 6 and 7 he comes. Meanwhile, further back, the fighting continues. Here comes Nick Ho. So Nick Ho in the number 98 car. There's Milan Marchak just working their way past back marking cars. Milan Marchak, the pole sitter, in 5th place. But no problems at all. Walter Boerkamps up to turn 10 and 11 he comes. Just holding it together. The sun is still shining. Their slick tyres doing exactly what he wanted them to do. He had to overtake every single car in the field, but he took the gamble and it has paid off. Now he heads into turn 14 and then towards turn 15 for the very, very last time. It's Walter Boerkamps who now comes out onto the pit straight. In just a few moments, he will see the checkered flag raised high in front of him. What a sensational drive. A first win of the season. A first win ever in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for Walter Boerkamps in car number 30 for Team GP Elite. A sensational masterclass in driving on a drying track we're still waiting for second place Marco Giltrap. He's up into turn 14 now, and then heading up into turn 15 in just a few moments. Then it'll be Theo Ellenus, who's worked his way past the back marking Cesar van der Voosteen. Here comes Marco Giltrap. Those tyres absolutely shot on the number 66 car. Here he comes out onto the pit straight, and he will see the checkered flag. Second was as good as it was ever going to get today. And it's Theo Ellenus in the number 27 car. He's not worried about the car that's with him. That's a back marking car. So to take the last of the podium positions, Theo Ellenus, and then it'll be Nick Ho. And I should think Milan Marchak in 5th place will be thoroughly disappointed, having started from pole position, but 5th place. A great drive from Joop Muller, who's currently in 6th. We're still waiting for him to cross the line. Here comes Joop Muller. And then it will be Luciano Martinez in 7th place, ahead of Nikola Milkovic, who will emerge in just a few moments. Here comes Nikola Milkovic. After contact early on, saw him tumbling down the order. He was a fighter at the beginning. Then it's Levin Gelf. Managed his first ever standing start really well to come home in 9th ahead of Jesse Polderdijk. And then it'll be Cesar van der Voosteen rounding out the top 11 ahead of Matthias Comparato. So what a race. What an opening race of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We weren't expecting one quite as exciting as that. Walter Boerkamps decided at the end of the formation lap to come in and take the gamble. He went from wet weather tyres to slicks. He had to come back from a 30-second gap to the next car, and then he had to overtake every single car in the field. And eventually he won the race by nearly 45 seconds. An absolute demonstration. Second place, Marco Giltrap, the leading wet weather tyre runner, did a sterling job from 3rd on the grid. Theo Ellenus was in the hunt all the time, constantly fighting, constantly side by side, and eventually it was going to be 3rd place. A podium for him. So here comes Walter Boerkamps. He was moaning a little bit because he said he'd left the hot sunshine of Dubai, where he'd been taking part in the 24-hour race, to come to rainy Portugal. He's happy he did it now, because he has just demonstrated why he is an absolute champion in the making, not just in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, but he is going to be a force to be reckoned with in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup and Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany this year. He has shown quite what he can do. What an absolute demonstration from Walter Boerkamps. There's second place Marco Giltrap, and Theo Ellenus. We heard from him in the lunch break. An enthusiastic driver making his return to motorsport and showing how good he is. All of these drivers holding it together in these changing conditions. And there is Walter talking to the great and good from Team GP Elite, who know how to prepare a car. And they, along with Walter Boerkamps, made that strategy call that saw him absolutely paralyse the opposition. So, just receiving the congratulations from the team, and in a few moments he will be heading up towards the podium, and that will surely go down as one of his greatest races. I mean, he's won in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, he's won in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, but have you ever seen a performance like that? There's Mace Muller talking to his brother. Or is that his brother, or is that Nick Ho? I think that is Joop Muller with the helmet on. So there's Piers, who's down in the pit lane, and he's with our race winner.
Wouter, I spoke to you on the grid. You said no, wets is too. It needs to be wet. Slicks is too much of a risk. You did the outlap, came in, and it paid off.
Yeah, after turn 1 I knew it was the wrong decision to stay on wet. So I asked the team, can we do a pit stop? Are we fast enough? Is it possible? They said immediately, it's your call, we can do it if you want. So I said yes. I waited until I think the second to last corner. And then we committed. The pit stop was perfect, was really fast. The first 5 laps were scary, properly scary. But afterwards I felt the slicks coming up the temp, and yeah, it was the right decision. So.
Was there any moment when you thought, oh, this might have been too much of a gamble?
Well, the car in front of me who was in the pit lane stalled twice. And I was like, okay, maybe this is going to hurt in the long run. But no, after 2 laps I knew it was the right decision. I saw some dark clouds coming the last 3-4 laps. So that was a bit scary, but yeah, in the end, right decision.
You ended last year with a win in Super Cup. You started this year with a win. Things are pretty good at the moment.
I think we have to pull the streak along.
Absolutely. Wouter, congratulations, first winner this year. We'll let you get ready for the podium as we hand back up to Brian to go through some of the highlights of what is probably one of the best Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe races we've ever had.
Piers, what a race it was. It was Milan Marchak who started on pole position. Jelter Hoffner looked like he was going to have led by a distance out of turn 1. Marchak initially getting swallowed up, but look at the late braking going into 1 and 2. It was Jelter Hoffner who then led the way from Teo Elenis, but Milan Marchak came back the long way around in tricky conditions, but maybe took too much out of the tyres doing that, because later in the race he was going to pay the price for it. We had such a fight going on all the way through the race. Teo Elenis and Marco Giltrap were fighting hard for second place. They were reeling in Milan Marchak, who was trying desperately to keep that gap to the lead. In the background, Jelter Hoffner had fallen back a little, but that man there, Walter Boerkamps, had been into the pits and come in at the end of the formation lap, had put slick tyres on. He said it was scary for the first 4 or 5 laps. You could see how hard he was having to fight to keep the car just on the track, but it would all pay off later in the race. These drivers were all fighting. They did not know what was about to hit them from behind. Jelter Hoffner, a very, very angry young Dutchman, exited the car, clearly with an issue. But Walter Boerkamps was fighting his way forwards. Milan Marchak, having led, was then being challenged by Teo Elenis lap after lap. Teo Elenis appeared to be side by side with cars most of the race, but he was never going to stay alongside Walter Boerkamps because the slick shod car came through like it was on rails. In the closing stages, Cesar van der Voosteen did change to slicks, but it wasn't really going to get much in the way of results. Milan Marchak was there as well, trying to push forwards, but the tyres worn out. It was going to be an utterly dominant win for Walter Boerkamps. What an insane drive. He congratulated the other drivers in the pits, but it was an absolute masterclass in how to drive on a drying track. You can see the clouds are rolling in at the moment, and Walter did say that he was looking at the black clouds coming in and praying that it wouldn't rain. Well, it didn't. It may well rain sometime soon, but it's all worked out for Walter Boerkamps on those slick tyres, who eventually came home with a 45-second lead over Marco Giltrap. As Piers said, one of the best races we've ever seen in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. I've already blown my voice up shouting too much because that was so insanely exciting. If we get a race that's half as good as that again this season, I will be very happy. That was absolutely spectacular. And we get to see them all again a little later on this afternoon. But before all of that, we've got our podium. So it is down to the podium now with Piers Pryor.
Thank you very much for talking us through the highlights of what was an epic race there, Brian. We've got the podium, the first podium of the year, and we'll start with our third place driver, the number 27 from Cyprus, Teo Elenis. Congratulations, Teo, and congratulations to the S1 racing team. Second place, the number 66 from New Zealand, Marco Giltrap. Team 75 giving Marco the car to take second place in that one. And our eventual winner, the only driver to take slicks on the first lap, a big gamble, but it paid off. The number 30 from the Netherlands, Wouter Boorkamps. Team GP Elite, along with Wouter, making the correct decision, and will now have the national anthem of the Netherlands. Congratulations to our podium. Third place in the sport division. The trophies will now be handed out by the series manager, Lars Plato. First up, third place to the Cypriot, Theo Elenas, making a return to Porsche Cup racing and starting that return with a podium. A return to the championship also for Marco Giltrap. He takes second place after being the highest finishing driver on wet tyres, keeping those tyres alive right till the end. And then the man that made it happen, Wouter Boorkamps, taking the victory, raising the trophy high. He knows that feeling, done it a couple of times last season, starts 26 with a bang, taking a win in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe round number 1 for Team GP Elite. The top 3 on the podium getting photos to get this memory. They won't spray the champagne this time, maybe later on, guys, maybe later on. That's our sports division podium. We've got one more coming up. 2 classifications in the sport division. We have the sport division overall and also the rookies for drivers who have not competed in more than 4 Carrera Cup races and are under the age of 25 years old. And we'll start with our third place driver in the rookie classification, the number 29 from the Netherlands, Jesse Polderdijk. Congratulations, Jesse, and Red Ant Racing. Second place, the 144 from Germany, Levin Gelf. Levin racing for the Seebach Motorsport team. But our rookie winner, round number 1, the number 10 from the Netherlands, Joep Muller. Congratulations, Team PG Motorsport as well. It's a win for the Dutchman, and we'll now have the national anthem. Congratulations, top 3 in the rookie. We now have the trophies presented once again by series manager Lars Plato. Third place is Jesse Polderdijk. Second place, Levin Gelf. Levin Gelf managed to get away off the line his first standing start and raised the trophy aloft. But our eventual winner, Joep Muller for PG Motorsport, taking the trophy for highest place rookie. And that's a good place to be. Our rookie champion in 2025 went on to be right at the front of the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup in Flintshire. We'll do a photo on the top step of the podium for our top 3, the first rookie podium of the 2026 season. I'm sure we'll see, well, we will see at least 2 of these on the podium, hopefully all 3 of them for the remaining races. The only 3 rookies in the category at this event. That rounds up the first podium of the 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We have the club division race coming up next. That's going to be hopefully equally as interesting to watch as we have had in the first sports division race. They're already lining up on the grid, so let's look ahead to that club division round number 1.
Southern Europe, the club division. We've seen the sport division have their first race of the season. Now it's the turn of the club division, and we are very much looking forward to this. The drivers, all bar one, are racing in the Michelin Cup, which replaces the old AM category that we've had in previous seasons. But we do have one car that is running in the GT4 category, and that is Daniel Lewis in car number 19. Once again, I think it's going to be eyes to the skies here. The last race, the sensational race that we saw just a few moments ago, very much affected by the weather conditions. Well, at the moment, the track is pretty dry, so I have no doubt that this will be a race that the cars start on slick tyres, unless, of course, it does start to rain. And, of course, if they are on slick tyres, it does mean if the rain comes during the race, there will be some big calls that need to be made. You can see there's a lot of black cloud around, and the showers are definitely in the neighbourhood there. We're forecast some light rain later on this afternoon, but we've had something a little bit heavier than that already today. And if you missed the sport division race, well, you need to wind back and have a look at it, because that was sensational. Again, this could be won and lost on tyre choices. At the moment, you can see a little bit of a blue sky. So the drivers, as they line up on the grid at the moment, I believe slick shod, but we will see how that shakes out, because we've got a few minutes yet before this race is underway. Unlike the previous race, this division start with a rolling start. So pole position is on the other side of the circuit, on the right-hand side of the circuit, the left if you're looking on your TV screens at the moment. And it will be, as I said, a rolling start side by side. And it was Joel Monegro who this morning, in very wet conditions, who took pole position by some margin. Eric Santos locking out to the front row for the track experience by Manthey. Manthey, the legendary Porsche team. Of course, Olaf Manthey himself, a former winner in Porsche Cup racing, a real legendary gentleman who runs, of course, the DTM team, amongst many other things as well. And two of his cars starting on the front of the grid. An interesting little battle between those two as they head into turn one. You can see there are some dry patches on the track. You can see there are some wet patches on the track. And in a few moments, we'll be talking to Piers down on the grid, and he will give us a bit more insight into what tyres these drivers are likely to be starting on. All I would say is, having heard from Walter Boerkamps, is don't believe anything the drivers tell you, Piers. He's down on the grid now, ready to have a chat to some of the drivers. Over to you, Piers.
Yeah, I think I'll take what the drivers say with a pinch of salt this time, after Walter Boerkamp said, no, definitely wets, and then went and won the race on slicks. We're starting at the back of the grid this time, just to change things up. Why the hell not? Starting from 12th place, just behind us, is the 245 of Ugo van der Woestijn. He's the father, as far as I'm aware, of César van der Woestijn, who was in that previous sport division race. This is the club division race. We have 11 Michelin Cup cars and one GT4 car. We'll get to that in a moment. So we've had Ugo van der Woestijn. It's a 2x2 rolling start, so the inside is the odd this time. So that's on the inside there is Ernst Inderbitzen. Oh no, hang on, I've got my maths completely wrong. Which side am I looking? We've got the number 92 regardless. That's Hans Frisch going from the inside of the final row of the grid alongside Alexander Dobic in the 33. That's the Hideka racing car that I told you about during the lunch break. Very, very easy to spot. Black and luminous yellow. Alexander Dobic, I believe team owner, manager and also driver in this championship, enjoying running and racing his own cars. We move further up the grid. We have the Fark Auto Tech car here, the 222 of Jan Klingenberg. He's going to be going from the outside of the fourth row, so in 8th place. Easy to spot the white with the green flashes there. And then the 19, this is our only GT4 entry of Daniel Lewis. Now I'm going to grab a word with Dan. I haven't actually spoken to Daniel before. I'll wait until he's finished his chat with the driver coach, I would imagine. The GT4s can be very fun to drive, but I've heard from the drivers that they're sometimes a little bit unforgiving. Daniel, first of all, nice to meet you. We haven't spoken before, but hello, I'm Piers. Great to have you on the grid. I know your machinery is a little different to everyone else's, but you're still going to give it a good go, right?
Of course I am, yeah, it's a bit different. I kind of expected a few more GT4s, but since I'm the only one, I'll have to give it my best shot. Obviously the GT3s are a lot quicker than I am, but I'm excited to have a go.
Yeah, you punch above your weight, I'm sure. Looking forward to this one. We saw in that last one that slicks was definitely the way. However, the clouds are suggesting that it might not stay dry. So slicks for now?
Slicks for now. If it goes wet, I won't be mad because these cars in the wet seem to outperform them, so I'll be happy.
So you're going to do a little rain dance in the cockpit. I can see your foot jiggling away. That's the best rain dance you can do while you're trapped in here. Daniel Lewis joining us, the only GT4 for this event. Hopefully we'll have a stronger collection of GT4s for the next event. Let's continue our way towards the front of the grid. On the inside of row number 3, we have Levent Turkman. We spoke to him during the lunch break as well, enjoying his racing, lovely livery. In fact, probably one of my favourite, I would say, this year is the one of Levent. He's got some business sponsorship there, Sure Business, among some other bits and pieces. Let's jump in. I think he looks pretty chilled. He's got an open face helmet as well, so we can see all his emotions. I'll wait until Jaap van Lagen has finished having a conversation. Am I all right to jump in and interrupt? I'll wait for the wise words to finish, because of course the race is mere moments away. Do you know what? Actually, we'll leave Levent to it. He's deep in conversation there. He's alongside Casper Hogebom, who's on the outside of the 3rd row of the grid. Let's grab a quick word with Casper, because I was chatting to him during the race while this man won the club division. So everyone's on slick. So based on what Wouter did, I reckon wets is the choice.
I got some great tips from Wouter. Now it's just on the execution part.
Okay, execution part. Let's see how you do from that. Outside of row 3, good place to start.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? You seem pretty relaxed.
Yeah, and the car is yellow, so easy to follow and to overtake.
Amazing.
It's not red. It's not red, so not green.
Casper, it's not your first race in the 911, is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Have you had a chance to do a practice start?
No. We have a rolling start.
Of course. Same as last year.
No.
I did know this. I just forget. There's a lot going on. What are you looking forward to in this race? How do you think the race is going to go best for you? What are you concentrating on?
I think, basically just enjoy, learn, and we still got 7 more races after this one. But I will go for it, absolutely.
I don't doubt that for a second, Casper. Good luck in this one. Casper Hogebom, the number 8 there for Team GP Elite. They took the win in the previous race with Wouter Boerkamps, and also Nick Ho as well was very quick in that race too, so look out for that. I'm sure that car's setup is pretty much well in the window. We now move to the 2nd row of the grid. Inside of the 2nd row is Javier Ripoll Jr., a driver that couldn't get off the podium but couldn't get on the top step, and actually haven't managed to catch up with Javier Ripoll Jr. yet this year, so I'm going to wait for him to finish his conversation with the engineer and then grab a word. Always entertaining driver, loves his racing, comes over from Miami to race in this championship, is a great supporter of this championship, has raced with us for the last few years. Getting a last few words of advice. Am I right to jump in when grab a quick word, Javier? Am I okay to jump in? How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Well, let's see. I mean, everything depends on the track. I mean, obviously the other guys went on wet tires and the track dry out, but now there's no more sun, so we have slicks now. Let's see what goes.
It was clearly the fastest tyre in that last race, but not easy to drive in these tricky conditions.
The problem is you cannot make mistakes. I mean, you have to read the dry line. If you make a little mistake, you're gone. So let's see how that goes, how clean is the people in the back.
Absolutely, 2x2 rolling start as well, so we're going to be going side by side into that first corner.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I've never driven with them before. I know he's kind of aggressive a little bit sometimes, so let's see how that goes.
Let's see how that goes. Javier, enjoy your race. Good luck. I'll let the team close the door because I don't want to pretend to close it and then not manage to do it properly. The last two drivers, or the first two drivers on the grid, should I say, Joel Monegro on the inside of row number 1, our pole sitter, and the outside of row 1, Eric Santos, both for the track experience by Manthai team. They're both in the zone, so I think it's about time I hand it up to Brian for the first club division race of 2026.
Thank you, Piers. Good job as always. Yes, so you can see down the pit straight there. It's lovely and dry at the moment. It really is the exact opposite of the situation we had at the start of the last race, where they were all starting on wet weather tyres and it looked like it was going to dry up. Well, they're all on dry tyres now and it looks like it could potentially rain. So this could go in any direction. At the moment, it's dry, so we're all good, and the cars are on the grid and getting ready to start their formation lap. It is a challenging circuit here at Portimao. To remind you, it is 4.653 kilometres around. That's about 2.891 miles with 15 turns, 6 to the left, 9 to the right. There's a maximum rise of 6.2%, a maximum fall of 12%. So there are 8 uphill and 7 downhill sections. So you can see why they say it's one of the most undulating tracks in the world. Lots of blind crests. You've got the Nordschleife, you've got the Spa-Francorchamps, and this circuit is said to resemble those on account of its undulating nature, albeit a little bit shorter. But I can hear the wind blowing. I can see the dark clouds. So I think the drivers are going to be quite happy if we can get this thing going. And if we can get through this without any rain, it will be something of a minor miracle. So it is, as before, a 30-minute plus 1 lap race. It's the first of 8 races this season. Round 1 is this race, and then round 2 coming up later this afternoon. As with the previous race, all the cars, bar one in this instance, are running the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car based on the latest 992 generation, 510 brake horsepower, with ABS and traction control. We didn't have traction control in the sport division. I am told that there are a couple of drivers that are not running ABS though. Those being Ernst Inderbitzen is one of them, and Jan Klingenberg, because they're preparing for Porsche Sports Cup Swiss and they want to make sure that they are as well prepared as possible by practicing without the ABS. Well, in these conditions, that is quite a challenge. At the moment, it's the Manthai front row, the track experience by Manthai cars. So it is Joel Monegro on pole position with Eric Santos alongside. Then on the next row, Javier Ripoll Jr., who we've heard from, and Marabi Mekvabishvili. Keep an eye on him. He looked really good in quali this morning. Then Levent Turkman in his first race. He said, when Piers was talking to him at lunchtime, sometimes you're not controlling the car is controlling you. What a great quote that was. Then we have Kasper Hoekeboom alongside in the number 8 car, 6 on the grid. Then the only GT4 car, Daniel Lewis, who is doing a rain dance, as Jan Klingenberg for company. And then it's Hans Frich and Alexander Dobik on row 5. Row 6, Ernst Inderbitzen. And it's Hugo van der Voosteen who brings up the rear. Of course, the father of the Van der Voosteen that we saw earlier on in the sport division. So keeping it in the family. So the cars now starting on their formation lap. So I'm told that the rain is not due for another 56 minutes. So we'll see how true that is. That'll be just in time for the next sport division race, so that'll be fun. So at the moment, it doesn't look like there is any rain going to be coming in the next half an hour, but it has been notoriously unpredictable over the last few days. We have been recovering from Storm Ingrid, who rocked the joint yesterday and the day before, especially proper thunderstorms and rain and wind. And it has meant that testing and practice has been fairly interrupted, I think it's fair to say. So the drivers have had a little bit of practice of running in these slippery conditions, but we'll see how it all works out in this race here with these conditions. So we're on that formation lap, heading up towards turn 10 and 11. And the car's generating the heat into the tyres and in the brakes. So they'll be heading up towards turn 13 in a moment, and the instruction will be given for the cars to grid up side by side. And then they will come out of turn 15. It will be the decision of Joel Monegro when to go. When the lights turn green, he will then hit the accelerator, and Eric Santos will try and beat him into that turn 1, and we've lost one already. So that is Hugo van der Voosteen, who has had a bit of a moment, a spun just heading round. That shows you how tricky it is on these slick tyres. The rest of the cars now side by side, heading up towards turn 15. We come in just a few moments. The safety car will duck off into the pit lane, and we will be getting ready for the opening club division race of 2026. Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe lined up and ready to go. Out onto the pit straight we come. Are we ready for this? 5 red lights are on at the moment, and in just a few seconds we will be racing. And it looked like Marabi Mekvabishvili a little bit eager out of the blocks. The race directors sometimes take a dim view of drivers who break formation earlier, but at the moment, under braking into the first corner, Joel Monegro just gathers it up. But a wild moment there. We've got Alexander Dobic spinning. We've also got Marabi Mekvabishvili spinning. So the tricky conditions have caught several drivers out. We saw our pole sitter having a big wobble going into the first corner. That's woken everybody up, hasn't it? Of course, the tyres still getting up to temperature. On board with Javier Ripoll Jr. You can see him just fighting his way up through the pack. But Joel Monegro, after a scary turn 1, has broken clear of second place Eric Santos and has already opened up a gap. There are cars going right, left and centre out of turn 5 in towards turn 6, going wide. So everybody gathering it up. I think we've regained everybody. So it looks like Alexander Dobic and Marabi Mekvabishvili have been able to join at the back of the pack. So they continue on their way. So everyone's kept it out of the barriers, but I think just getting the heat into these slick tyres. Of course, tyre warmers are not allowed, so all of the work has to be done right. This is the first corner. Look at the 2224 car hit a puddle. A wild moment there. Eric Santos not able to take advantage of that, and then it looked like Alexander Dobic, well, he hit a curb. Marabi Mekvabishvili going as well, so maybe the two cars getting together because it was a synchronized spin. But anyway, it looks like they've been able to rejoin. There was a teeny bit of debris, but I don't think there's been enough damage to take any of them out of the race. So at the moment, everybody continues. And it is Joel Monegro who has complete control of this race. After that wild run into turn 1, he's gathered it up and he's opened up a monstrous gap to Eric Santos. 3.647. We saw how quick he was in quali this morning, and he's putting that pace to good use, as we see. Hugo van der Voosteen challenging the number 77 car of Levent Turtman. So clearly that moment on the formation lap has not deterred van der Voosteen at all, as he continues to press forward and doing a good job up in 7th place. Daniel Lewis in the GT4 car leading the way for the GT4s in 5th place, and he looking to the inside of Javier Ripoll Jr. Remember, he is the only GT4 car in the race. It is a slower car, but in these conditions, he's absolutely wringing the neck of it, and he moves up past Javier Ripoll Jr. So the orange, white and black car He's come all the way from the UK to race here. He's trying to make it worth his while. If he could get a podium in the overall race, he would be very happy with that. Next up the road is Casper Hoekeboom in the number 8 car. So Daniel Lewis, the man on a mission, the quickest man on the track at the moment by some distance is Joel Monegro. His last lap was a 1:57.020. Everybody else was above 2 minutes. So Lewis has passed Javier Ripoll Jr. So up into 4th place. He'll be closing in on Casper Hoekeboom next. Our race leader, Joel Monegro, very much under control of this race. 2nd place, the other of the track experienced by Manthey cars with Eric Santos at the wheel. Then it's Casper Hoekeboom in the Team GP Elite car. We know how quick those cars are. Then Daniel Lewis, then Javier Ripoll Jr., then Levent Turkman, and then Hugo van der Voosteen, then Hans Frisch, then Jan Klemberg, Alexander Dobik, and Marabi Mekbabishvili has peeled off into the pits, which is a real shame. On board with Javier Ripoll Jr. now in the number 91 car. And you can see Daniel Lewis to the inside of Casper Hoekeboom in that 3rd place. Around turn 5 they come, going very, very deep into the corner. Hoekeboom not able to defend or fight. And so Daniel Lewis comes sailing through. Great stuff from Daniel Lewis here. Javier Ripoll Jr. trying to come back in the more powerful car. But Daniel Lewis fighting for all he's worth in the GT4 car. Casper Hoekeboom was in that 3rd place, now having to fight to stay on the podium. Daniel Lewis, man on a mission as he pushes his way forwards, but Javier Ripoll Jr. making hay while the sun shines, almost literally, and now broken clear in that 3rd place. And Daniel Lewis in that 4th place, defending from Casper Hoekeboom. Keep an eye on Levent Turkman. He's starting to get quicker and quicker as it goes on. Meanwhile, Joel Monegro, 5.893 to the good at the top of the field. Leading the way from his teammate, Eric Santos. Javier Ripoll Jr., look at the colour of that sky in the background. Is it going to stay dark? There is Daniel Lewis. Behind him, Casper Hoekeboom. Then Levent Turkman in 6th place. Behind them, Hugo van der Voosteen doing a really sterling job, now running side by side. So Turkman now trying to challenge for position out across the line on the outside of Casper Hoekeboom, and through into position he comes. So the 77 car doing a good job moving forwards. Levent Turkman, the driver for MDM Motorsport from the Netherlands, making really good progress. Casper Hoekeboom going in the wrong direction at the moment in the Team GP Elite car. Just behind him is Hugo van der Voosteen in the number 245 car in 7th place. Then it's Hans Frisch now making the challenge on the inside of Daniel Lewis. Levent Turkman taking another position, so he suddenly found a load of pace. The driver who only entered this in the dying moments of the week of last week, very last minute entry into this series, and now showing how it's done, moving his way up into 4th place. What a sterling drive from him. Joel Monegro really in control though, 9.7 seconds ahead of Eric Santos in that 2nd place. We're looking at the 77 car of Levent Turkman for MDM Motorsport. Daniel Lewis trying to come back at him in the Race Car Consultants GT4 car. A car that has significantly less power, but in the hands of Daniel Lewis, looking very competitive. Lewis would dearly love it if it started raining, because he knows that car really handles well in the wet. But at the moment, it's all dry. The cars are all on slick tyres, but the clouds are starting to close in. Joel Monegro continues to stretch his legs at the front. Santos in 2nd place. Doesn't look like he's able to do anything about the race leader. 12.475 and we're not even at the 1/3 distance yet. So Joel Monegro really dominating this race as things stand. Casper Hockeboom coming under pressure from Hugo van der Voosteen, and Van der Voosteen once again the back end of the car stepping out. Such a shame after such good progress, but under braking, losing traction at the back. It shows you just how hard these drivers are pushing, how on the knife edge these cars are. But no such problems for Joel Monegro at the moment. He leads the way from Eric Santos. Third place, Javier Ripoll Jr. in the number 91 car, 1.5 seconds back from second place. Here's a look again at that moment for Hugo van der Voosteen. Just under braking, the back end, switching around. And we saw him having that moment on the formation lap. And once again, just getting caught out by the conditions. But it shows how hard these drivers are pushing, how tricky it is out there, particularly on these slick tyres. Casper Hockeboom, 6th place in the GP Elite car. Behind him, Hans Frisch in the 92 car. Then Jan Klingenberg in the treble 2 car in 8th place. That is the fight for 6th place. 6th, 7th, 8th running together. Joel Monegro continues to record the fastest lap of 150.061. Nearly 3 seconds quicker than any other car on the track. Casper Hockeboom goes deep into the corner, leaves himself vulnerable to Jan Klingenberg. Klingenberg is through. Hans Frisch is already through. So Hockeboom travelling the wrong way through the pack at the moment. Such a shame after a great qualifying and a good start to the race. But now in that 8th place, Hugo van der Voosteen is a little way back after that spin. So Hockeboom good for the moment, but we'll need to regather it. Looking for the dry patches on the track, keeping the heat in the tyres. Joel Monegro continues to dominate. 15 seconds clear of second place, Javier Ripoll Jr. Ripoll Jr. having found a route past Eric Santos. So Javier Ripoll Jr., the man on a mission moving forwards. He's found a route past the 221 car up into second place. Can he do anything about the race leader? His last lap was about 2/10 slower than the race leader, but now he'll have an open track in front of him. So we're going to keep an eye on the timing screens and see whether Javier Ripoll Jr., who we ride with now for S1 Racing, can do anything about Joel Monegro, who leads the way. So on board with Javier Ripoll Jr., the number 91 car. We can see him fighting the wheel, trying to hit all the apexes exactly right, trying to get it absolutely perfect. Every second, every fraction of a second counts. Out onto the pit straight he comes. You can see the undulation as well. He goes up the hill and then he goes down the hill towards turn 1. That's a pit straight of nearly a kilometre. Then the heavy braking, 3rd gear. Into turn 1 he comes, then out in towards turn 2. This turn taken flat out in dry conditions, heading out towards turn 3, Lagos. The hairpin, the sharp right-hander, taken in 1st gear, and then it's down in towards turn 4, a 3rd gear turn, and then it's that run up and then down towards turn 5. This is the tight corner, the one that catches so many out under braking. Turn 5, the Torre Vip turn. And then out up the hill he comes towards turn 6, taken flat out. Up he goes up the hill once again into turn 7. The right-hander taken in 4th gear. And then it's around up towards turn 8. Now this is steep. This is the blind crest. It takes a lot of courage to keep your foot buried on it when you can't see what's the other side of that hill. And then down into the left-hander, the Craig Jones turn 9. Then in towards turn 10, the right-hander, and into turn 11, 2nd gear corner. And then it's downhill once again towards turn 12. taken flat out in dry conditions, then is uphill to turn 13, left-hander, second gear, and then back down again towards turn 14. It really is a roller coaster ride around this track. Out of 14 is a fairly long corner. Out of 14, slight straight section, but then a long sweeping turn 15, taking in about fourth gear, slightly uphill as well. And then on the exit of the corner, it's downhill back onto the pit straight once again. So real up and down ride as the cars negotiate the undulation of this circuit. A real challenge. And in these conditions, when the track has wet patches as well, keeping it all together, really, really important. And while we've been looking at that, Joel Monegro has stretched his lead. We were riding on board with the second place Javier Ripoll Jr., but he's some 19.5 seconds back. So Joel Monegro very much in control of this race, and Ripoll Jr. really looking for something to befall the race leader to be able to get past. While that's been going on, Levent Turkman has moved past Eric Santos. So front row starter, Eric Santos now down to fourth place. Hans Frisch there in the number 92 yellow and black car, with Daniel Lewis in the GT4 car in sixth place. Behind Lewis is Jan Klingenberg with a lot more horsepower. Looking again, that was the move, with Santos losing the place to Levent Turkman into that turn 5 and then up towards turn 6. So that was for third place. And the 92 car of Hans Frisch in 5th, Daniel Lewis in 6th, Jan Klingenberg in 7th, running together. They've got a good gap now. Casper Hockerboom still dropping back, really struggling in these conditions, but he's still well clear of Hugo van der Voosteen, who's in 9th place after that spin. Alexander Dobic in 10th place. And our only driver that has retired so far, Marabi Mekvabishvili, as a challenge from Jan Klingenberg for 6th place on the inside of Daniel Lewis, taking a much tighter line. Daniel Lewis doesn't have the horsepower to defend out along the pit straight, so it's going to be vulnerable to Klingenberg as they head in towards turn 1. Klingenberg looks to the inside, ducks back behind Lewis. Lewis has him held off at the moment into turn 1. Head around towards turn 2, he will come. Up ahead of them, Hans Frisch has broken clear. One driver that we haven't seen in this race is Ernst Inderbitzen, who did not make the start. I would remind you that he was running without ABS, and it may be that he's chosen not to take the start of this race for that reason. But he never took the green flag of this race. So the only retiree we have at the moment is Marabi Mekvabishvili, as Daniel Lewis continues to hold on to 6th place. We're past the halfway point of the race. And Daniel Lewis has a lot of attention coming from Jan Klingenberg in the Treble 2 car for FAC Autotech, the driver who's been coached by Alex FAC Jr., a winner in ADAC GT Masters, a winner in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, coaching this driver in the number Treble 2 car. And of course the name FAC, a legendary name in Porsche racing. And Jan Klingenberg in the number Treble 2 car, who was in Porsche Sports Cup Suisse in 2023, has guested in quite a few different categories, including British GT, GT Open, 24-hour series, challenging Daniel Lewis for that 6th place. So the Treble 2 car in 7th at the moment. Daniel Lewis doing a sterling job holding him off. To remind you, there's less horsepower on that GT4 car, particularly vulnerable out along the straights here. Klingenberg would be able to close in, but Daniel Lewis really leaving his braking late and covering it off. You saw the back end of the car just snaking slightly, under braking into the corner. Still holding off the attention from Jan Klingenberg. Meanwhile, Joel Monegro continues to stretch his legs, 23.137 seconds at the front. making this look almost easy. Javier Ripoll Jr. in a solid second place, although Levent Turkmen 2.3 behind, so he could be vulnerable towards the end of the race. At the moment, though, everything under control. There's your race leader, running very much on his own. A lonely race for Joel Monegro. We haven't seen much of him because he's been running pretty well on his own. The gap between him and Javier Ripoll Jr., 23.137. And he comes running solo, just focusing on keeping everything together, extending that gap. Out across the line he comes once again, in towards turn one. Javier Ripoll Jr. still yet to come in to the final corner, and already Joel Monegro is in and around turn one, heading towards turn two. We still wait for Javier Ripoll Jr. to cross the start-finish line to see what the gap is. 24.246. So Monegro showing no signs of backing off, no signs of resting on his laurels. Javier Ripoll Jr. has Levent Turkmen behind him, 2.699. So Turkmen will want to keep the pressure onto Javier Ripoll Jr. Ripoll will be very much focused on what's happening behind and not so much what's in front. He certainly won't be able to see what's in front because Joel Monegro is a long, long way ahead. Daniel Lewis still holding off Jan Klingenberg. 10.5 minutes remaining. David and Goliath. Daniel Lewis in the little GT4. Jan Klingenberg with the mighty 991, 992 generation car. Into turn 5 and back up the hill, and still Lewis has that 6th place. Hans Frisch just ahead of him, having got past and broken clear Eric Santos, who started second, currently running on his own in 4th place. This is the closest battle on the track at the moment. Daniel Lewis, the orange and white GT4 car, now with Jan Klingenberg seemingly closer than ever. And still, Lewis holds on. Still defending for all he's worth. 6th place. Klingenberg there, ready to jump. If Lewis puts one wheel wrong, he'll be there, ready to jump. And at the moment, Lewis looking very proficient, very dialed in. Mixing it with the bigger cars and staying in front. Now Klingenberg to the inside. He's got the gap on the inside, but Daniel Lewis has that faster outside line. Can he hold on to that 6th place? The two cars running side by side. Daniel Lewis now running absolutely side by side. Jan Klingenberg there as well, but Klingenberg will have the inside line into turn 1. Can Daniel Lewis hang it around the outside? He's going to be braking as late as he dare, but it looks like Klingenberg has finally got the job done. And Daniel Lewis, having held on for so long, is shuffled down into 7th place. But a brilliant job holding on for so long, and he's not done yet. You can see he's still looking to fight back. So Daniel Lewis fighting back. He's in 7th at the moment. Klingenberg in that 6th place. But he's got to get it right. He's got to keep it right. He's got to keep it tidy, because Daniel Lewis will be back past if he gets any opportunity at all. Joel Monegro still leads by 25.2 seconds. Javier Ripoll Jr., Levent Turkmen, Eric Santos, Hans Frisch, and then this battle here, Jan Klingenberg, Daniel Lewis. They're some 5 seconds clear of Castor Hockenboom behind them in 8th place. And now Klingenberg breaks clear with 7 3/4 minutes remaining. Daniel Lewis looking fairly solid in that 7th place. Casper Hockenboom is some 4.3 seconds back. So not really a challenger for that position at the moment. And with the pace that Daniel is showing in the number 19 car, It's going to take maybe some kind of mistake from Daniel Lewis for him to catch up. You can see him just coming into the top of the picture. Had along the pitch straight once again. In towards turn 1. There is Kasper Hockerboom in the background. Jan Klingenberg had to work hard for that 6th place. Daniel Lewis gave it everything he'd got defending that 6th place and is not allowing Jan Klingenberg to get clear, really, is he? There's Kasper Hockerboom in 8th place. Joel Monegro continues to stretch his legs. Yet another purple. A fastest lap has just put in fastest lap after fastest lap. The only driver in the 40s, a 148.629. The next fastest lap would be a 150.305. And that would have been set by 2nd place Javier Ripoll Jr. and Kasper Hockerboom pushing hard. And now 7th place really does look to be out of reach. The back end of the car steps out with 6 minutes to go. The GP Elite car spinning around at turn 14. He puts it into gear. He rejoins. But now, suddenly, any chance of catching 7th place Daniel Lewis looking to be gone. Going deep into the corner. Trying to regather himself. Takes a little while just to get yourself back in the rhythm. You should look in here, he's running on his own and didn't really get onto the white line. I think the back end had gone before then, and it shows you again how tricky it is out on track. Traction very much at a premium. So he regathers it, carries on his way. In the meantime, Alexander Dobic has found a route past Hugo van der Voosteen. So Alexander Dobic, after dramas at the opening lap of this race, is up into 9th place, but he's still some 37.5 seconds back from Kasper Hockerboom. There is Daniel Lewis in 7th place. As long as he can keep it all together, looking solid there now, particularly with Hockerboom gone. Jan Klingenberg, having worked his way past the number 19 car, just opening up a gap. Heading towards 2.3 seconds. It's 2.249 at the moment. And soon Joel Monegro is going to be leading this race by 30 seconds from Javier Ripoll Jr. Such is his dominance. Daniel Lewis has come here to get himself up to speed for the Great Britain Series, Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. He was hoping for a few more GT4 cars to race against, but he must be really buoyed by the pace he has shown alongside the bigger brother 991 cars. So Daniel Lewis in that 7th place now just needs to keep it together. So easy to make a mistake in these conditions with the track so slippery offline. It would be so easy just to spin around when you're running on your own. I'm told that just keeping your focus a lot of the time is half the problem, because you're not targeting anybody, you are just focused on hot laps. There's Javier Ripoll Jr. just gone past through your picture. There's Levent Turkman, the very pretty number 77 car, 2.676 back from 2nd place. So not closing in anymore at the moment, whereas Joel Monegro has now stretched his lead to 31.3 seconds. There's 2nd, there's 3rd, in towards the tricky turn 5. Pleased to say we've not had too many track limit infringements, although Daniel Lewis did have one on lap 13. But on the whole, most of the drivers have taken the warnings seriously about track limits. 221, Eric Santos, 4th place at the moment. The sister car to the one that's leading the race, started on the front row, running on his own at the moment. You can see that dry line, all the drivers just aiming for that. The rain that we were worried about looks like it's going to hold off. We've only got 2 minutes and 20 seconds plus 1 lap remaining of this race. Joel Monegro after a very sketchy run into turn one, has pulled away, has absolutely dominated this race. Javier Ripoll Jr. had to work hard to push his way forwards. Started in third, now up into second place. Great drive from the 77 car. Levent Turkman started in fifth, now up into third. Eric Santos, who you see now, started on the front row and was shuffled back through the pack. And along past the start-finish line once again. A minute and a half of timed racing remaining. 33 seconds is the gap between first and second. Javier Ripoll Jr. just occupied with keeping the 77 car Levent Turkman behind him. Then it's Eric Santos, about 6 seconds behind them. Monegro totally in control of this. You can see the track now almost completely dry in the racing line. Into turn 5 once again. Up the hill yet again we come. In towards turn 6, then towards turn 7, the fourth gear corner. Less than a minute remaining of this race. Of the time of this race, then it's the +1 lap after that. Just looking to see where our race leader is. He's just onto the start-finish line at the moment, so it'll be 2 laps remaining of this, the first race of the season for the club division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The clock will strike 0 during this lap, and then there'll be one more after that for our race leader, Joel Monegro, who's currently up into turn 1. Javier Ripoll Jr. in second place, but a very, very distant second place now. Monegro, who originally came into this series as a Pro-Am driver and was switched to the Michelin Cup. This is the first year of Michelin Cup, and it has proven to be very entertaining. 33.793, the gap between first and second. So the 1, 2, 3 looking pretty solid at the moment. Monegro nearly 34 seconds clear. Javier Ripoll Jr. is about 3.9, just about 4 seconds clear of Levent Turkman, who in turn is 5.7 seconds clear of Eric Santos. Here's our race leader, still going for it. Joel Monegro on his penultimate lap up towards turn 14 once again. And then around into 15 he will come. And then out onto the pit lane to start, to his pit line to start his final lap of the race. So Joel Monegro has shown the same kind of pace he showed in qualifying this morning. Out along across the start finish line to start the last lap of the race. He was some 34.2 seconds clear, 33.7 seconds clear of second place coming into this lap. He's going to be over 34, I think, at this rate. Javier Ripoll Jr. still yet to come out of the final corner across the start finish line. And then Turkman, that's your 1, 2, 3 on the final lap of this opening race of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. And this is the man who has not put a wheel wrong after he got out of that moment on turn 1, has just kept it all together and has continued to dominate this race. The driver who's come from the Rennsport Academy in Germany has come up through the ropes. Last year was in the Middle East Trophy, the 24-hour Middle East Trophy, was in the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup the year before. A really, really useful pilot who now leads this race on the final lap with just a handful of corners remaining. Out in towards turn 13, he'll come. And then up to 14. And then it'll be the final corner of the race. Joel Monegro has looked nothing less than a winner from the moment this race started, from the moment quali started this morning. He mastered the wet conditions. He put the car on pole position. He's led every single lap of this race, and now he receives the checkered flag to win race 1 for the club division here in Portimao, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Joel Monegro is the race winner. We now have a wait because Javier Ripoll Jr. is still up at turn 14 at the moment. So we wait for Javier Ripoll Jr. to come and take that second place. There is Levent Turkman in third place as well. So Javier Ripoll Jr. out of that final corner, held it all together. We ride on board with him as he crosses the finish line to receive that second place and the checkered flag. Then it's Levent Turkman in third. That's your podium finishers. And now we wait for Eric Santos to cross the line, and then it'll be this car here, Hans Frisch, with Jan Klingenberg, who'd been slowly nibbling away to try and close in on him. Out across the line, they will come 5th and 6th place. And now we have the wait for the only GT4 car, so it'll be a win in the GT4 category. But the 7th place will be very significant for Daniel Lewis because he showed such good pace, has held off and fought with cars that are more powerful and more advanced than the one he's driving. So the GT4 car crossed the line in 7th place, and now we wait for Kasper Hockerboom, gathered it up after that spin, and he crosses the line in 8th place. And then it'll be Alexander Dobik, who will come across in 9th, with Ug van der Voosteen rounding out the top 10. The only car that we lost in all of that was Marabi Mekvabishvili, who retired in the early stages of this race after the first lap, in fact, after that incident that we saw. So that concludes the first of 8 rounds of racing for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. And of course, we get to see all these cars again later on this afternoon for their second round. And it could all be different because if the weather forecast is anything to go by, we may well be in the rain by the time these cars line up next. But at the moment, it's Joel Monegro from the Dominican Republic, who started on pole position, who comes into Parc Ferme. Dominated qualifying this morning, has dominated the race this afternoon, and has proven himself to be a force to be reckoned with track experience by Manthey as his team, some amazing car preparation and mentoring. The legendary team, headed up by Olaf Manthey, and now one of their drivers coming through the ranks, and he receives the applause from the team. Joel Monegro, the winner of the first race of 2026 for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. Never looked like anyone was ever going to get near him, did it? But of course, the second race this afternoon may well be very different. So still waiting for the other cars to come in. He's so far ahead, he's been able to get out of the car before the other cars even came into Parc Ferme. So here come the rest of the cars now. Joel Monegro, track experience by Manthey, takes his first ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Piers gives him a moment to take his helmet off, and hopefully we're going to grab another word with him in just a few moments. And look, the rain is now coming down just in the nick of time, and you can see Joel Monegro just glancing to the sky. Right, Piers is ready for us in the pit lane, and a word with our race winner.
Joel, I can see you looking up at the sky there, thankful that the rain didn't come any earlier, but to be honest, I don't think it would have made much difference. You won by 35 seconds. That's pretty dominant.
Damn.
Damn indeed.
No wonder I was alone.
That was a great race. I mean, the pace was just
Thank you.
metronomic. Every lap was consistent. You were like over a second faster at some points. Fastest lap of the race was a good over a second quicker. I mean, amazing.
That's awesome. Yeah, the car was great. The track had traction, and there were some damp spots, and so there was still a little bit of room for pace, but it sounds like it was perfect, so no complaints.
No complaints. It was a bit closer in qualifying when it was wet.
Yeah.
The rain's starting to fall now. Maybe not. Do you think it'll be a bit closer for the second race of today?
Yeah, maybe we'll get a wet race. That would be a good combo.
And maybe you'll still get the win.
Yeah.
Joel Monegro, our winner in the club division. Great work from Joel. I'm going to see if I can grab a quick word with anyone else, but I think everyone else is already headed to the podium, so I'll hand back up to Brian to talk through the highlights of that club race.
Thank you very much, Piers. And just in the nick of time, we could see the rain coming down. It was dry at the start, though, as the cars came out of the final corner. They were on a rolling start, and it was a fairly sketchy run into turn one because the track had those puddles, it had those wet patches. Look at the 224 car switch into turn one, the back end stepping out, but Joel Monegro was able to gather it all up, keep it together. No such luck for Alexander Dobik and Marabi Metvabishvili, who both went spinning, and it meant that Metvabishvili was to go into retirement. The man who was mixing it was Daniel Lewis. It was a real David and Goliath moment. The little GT4 car going wheel to wheel with the much bigger brothers and holding them off, but eventually he had to give way. And it was Levent Turkman who made great progress pushing through the pack, fighting his way forwards. A spin for Hugo van der Voosteen in the 245 car, and he realised quite how little traction there was on those slick tyres. Another one who appeared to be struggling with traction was Casper Huckerboom in the number 8 car. He was passed by Jan Klingenberg initially, and then was struggling a little bit for pace towards the end of the race. Eric Santos, who started on the front row, had to submit to the very rapid Levent Turkman. And Daniel Lewis fighting with all those around him and doing a sterling job just holding it all together. Jan Klingenberg, when he did catch him, was putting a lot of pressure on, but Daniel Lewis held him off for so long. Jan Klingenberg did eventually get past, but Daniel Lewis did not make it easy for him, using that little car to great extent to stay in front for as long as he did. The 224 car, Joel Monegro, continued to stretch at the front, opening up a monstrous gap in the closing stages of the race. Some 35 seconds was going to be his win. Meanwhile, challenges going further back. Again, Daniel Lewis, Jan Klingenberg, the two of them had been glued together for so long. Casper Huckerboom losing the back end meant that his challenge on Daniel Lewis was never going to happen. But still, the march continued at the front for Joel Monegro. The gap up to 35.7 seconds when he received that checkered flag. Javier Ripoll Jr. made really good progress coming through into second place. And Levent Turkman showing that he's going to be one to watch in the future, coming home in third and the last of the podium positions. Joel Monegro climbed from the car, received congratulations from Track Experience by Manthey, and concluded the first of 2 races for the club division Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026. You can see, as we look down at turn 5, it is distinctly gloomy. The rain has started to come down briefly, so the wet weather tyres could well be an issue as the next 2 races get ready to go. Right, I believe that Piers is now on the podium with our race winners.
Thanks very much, Brian. Yes, we have our club division podium, and we'll start with our third place driver. The number 77 from the Netherlands, well, actually from Turkey, is Levent Turkman. Congratulations, Levent. Amazing job for the track experience. Yes, third place, please take your space. You've earned it. Congratulations, Levent. Second place, the number 91 from Venezuela, Javier Ripoll Jr. Congratulations. That's for the S1 racing team. And then our eventual winner in the club division by a measly 35 seconds is from the Dominican Republic, the 224, Joel Monegro. Congratulations, Joel. Amazing job by the track experience by Manthai team as well. Great job. And we'll also have invited to our podium our GT4 winner, the number 19 from England, Daniel Lewis. Congratulations, Daniel. Daniel racing for Race Car Consultancy. We'll now have the Dominican Republic national anthem. Congratulations to our top 3 in the club division in the Michelin Cup, and also to our GT4 winner. Trophies being handed out by series organiser Lars Plato. 3rd place in the Michelin Cup was Levent Turkman. 2nd place, Javier Ripoll, besting his 3rd places that he achieved. 5 of those last year, 1 better this year. And then our 2 winners in the club division, our Michelin Cup winner, Joel Monegro, and our GT4 winner, Daniel Lewis. So a round of applause for our podium in the club division, the first of 2026. Great job by all of them. We'll collect you on the top step of the podium for a photo opportunity to memorise this moment for the future. Javier, maybe one day this season we'll see you go one higher and get on the top step. We'll have to work hard to get past Joel Monegro at the moment. You're welcome to spray the champagne, but you've still got one more race to go. So I don't know, it's completely up to you. I think that's a no. They're going to do it? No, later. We'll have it for race number 2 later on. Champagne for everyone. You can drink this one. Congratulations, another round of applause to our top 3 in the Michelin Cup and our GT4 winner for round number 1 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Please make your way downstairs. Congratulations, guys. We'll see you go out for the 2nd round of the championship later on this afternoon. That'll come up in just over half an hour's time. Congratulations, guys. And that gives us a chance to now look ahead to our 2nd race in the club division. The sport division. We've just had the club division. That first race we had earlier on was electric. The rain has started to fall. The winner of the first race was on slicks, everyone else on wets. Will we see drivers start on slicks and then someone come into wets? Who knows? That's all to come. I'll hand back up to Brian now as we look ahead to the 2nd round of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division.
Thank you, Piers. Yeah, every race is a bit of an adventure here, isn't it? Because the weather just keeps changing, keeps throwing curved balls. I think if this next race is anything like the previous one, we are in for a treat. Well, the rain is starting to come down, and we will be getting ready to go with it in just a couple of minutes. So just 2 minutes, we will be getting ready to go. Could you grab that bit of paper that's coming out of the printer, do you think? Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe round 2 is getting ready to go. In round 1, we saw the weather playing a very, very significant part. All the cars started on wet weather tyres. That was until the end of the formation lap when one Mr. Walter Borkamps decided to pit and put slick tyres. He started from the pit lane. He had a 30-second gap to last place at one point, but he made it up and he eventually dominated the race, winning by a proverbial mile. It was a spectacular race. So many other stories apart from that, though. The battle for second, third, fourth, fifth, raging on all the way through the race. It was one of the best Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe races we've ever seen. And we've got something quite similar now because it's the same front row. Milan Marchak, Jelter Hofner starting alongside each other. Milan Marchak on pole position will be wanting to improve on his 5th place from the last race. On the second row, Marco Giltrap and Walter Borkamps in 4th place. Now, whether the others can get one over him, whether he can get one over the others again, it remains to be seen because the weather conditions very, very iffy. I'm hoping Piers is going to tell us what tyres they're on at some point. Tira Ellenus and Jesse Polderdijk are lining up behind Walter Borkamps as well. And Levin Gelf and Nick Ho are there also. So this is set to be quite a battle. It could come down to tyres. Depends on what the weather does. You can see there has been a shower, but there are some, what look to me like some dry patches along the pit straight. But it could be another strategy race. And all the drivers and all the teams will be looking sideways at the number 30 car to see what he does, because that was a spectacular strategy call at the start of that previous race. And Piers is down on the grid at the moment. I'll bet you're looking forward to this one, Piers.
Oh, God, I am so looking forward to this one. The one that we had earlier on was, as I mentioned, I think probably one of the best Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe races ever. Some things to note. As you'll see, the circuit on the start-finish line is still fairly damp, apart from where the drivers were searching for dry or wetter parts of the circuit. So the inside line is actually the drier part of the circuit, which is unusual, which means that the non-racing line is probably going to get a better standing start. But our driver on pole position, much the same as it was in the first race, Milan Marchak. Now, we're on slick tyres for now. Everyone, as far as I'm aware, has come to the grid on slick tyres. However, we saw there a bit of rain falling as we were having the podium for the club division. It hasn't fallen any heavier than that for a few minutes now, so I don't think it's wetted the circuit, but the clouds are definitely coming in. It's getting cooler, and who knows, we may see the complete opposite of the first race today. Jelter Hofner goes, the number 919 for MDM, he goes from the inside of row number 1, or it's just 1 by 1 staggered, so second place on the inside of the grid. To have the advantage of that slightly drier run off the start-finish line. As I speak right now, the rain is starting to fall a little bit once again. It's very much going to be 50-50. I think by the looks of it, everyone's pretty much committed to slicks, but the rain could fall at any minute. Who knows? Someone who pits might have the advantage. I'm going to try and jump in and grab a word with Jelter if he's available. Jelter, can we have a quick chat? Yep. I'm just going to jump on in. Sorry. Jelter, that first race was tricky conditions. Unfortunately, also you got involved in something, damage to the car. Looks like it's all fixed now at the front, but there's a bit of work going on at the back. Is everything okay?
Yeah, so we were still on a little bit of a wet setup, and we found some good new data. So we just want to try some stuff out for the dry race.
What do you reckon is the circuit conditions are going to be like out there? You've had one lap to the grid. Is it dry, wet? What's the conditions like?
Well, I'm not really sure. The only thing I know is that it's the same for everybody. So.
That is true. That is true. Good luck in this one. Front row start for Jelter. Again, he's had a lot of improvement over the last year or so. He's going from second place on the grid. Third place, the number 66, Marco Giltrap. He was the fastest of those wet tyre runners in that previous race. Again, I've mentioned it. Very different ball game this time. Last time it was a drying track on wet tyres. This time it's a potentially wettening track on dry tyres. Marco, you were the best of the wet runners in that last race. You managed to keep them alive much longer than everyone else. What was the secret?
Yeah, I think just finding the water on the track and also just really limiting wheel spin, just basically being super conservative.
Yeah, it looked like you sort of deliberately let everyone go for it in the first few laps. You looked like you were just taking it a bit easy, and that came back to you at the end. Probably going to be an opposite sort of situation in this one. The rain now falling a little bit. You can see on your windscreen, everyone on slick tyres as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm almost hoping for a bit of rain. I think it could be quite interesting and makes for some really good racing. So I think there could be some in maybe like 5-10 minutes. So maybe right around the first few laps, which would be spicy.
I suppose this is the whole point of you coming racing at this stage of the year, because this is experience that you otherwise would not be able to get. If it was testing, you'd probably just wait until it rains and put wets on. You don't get much experience of actually having to push, find the limit in conditions like this with competitors around you, unless you're racing in a championship like this.
Yeah, exactly. You don't get it anywhere else really. So, you know, as you said, you can go testing, but at the end of the day here, we've got other people racing against you, so it makes it really interesting.
Well, you've said interesting a fair few times. That sounds good to me. If this race is anything like the previous one, we're in for an absolute barnstormer once again. Now, I'm going to go and ask Wouter Boerkamps what tyres he's going on, because that will give us an indication of what he's not going to be running the race in. Wouter, quick word. Can we have a quick chat again? Wouter, last time I said what tyres you said it's definitely wet, so then you won the race on slicks. So what tyres are you on at the moment?
It is slicks at the moment, but it could change any time if I see my windscreen. So yeah, maybe we do the same trick again.
Yeah, I was just speaking to number 66 on your left, Marco Giltrap. He said it could be quite interesting if the rain starts to fall during the race. He said it would be good fun to see how it all unfolds. I suppose, do you have the same outlook, or would you rather it just stayed one way or the other?
I don't care too much about it. I'm here to learn. I'm here to get back into my rhythm. So I like to be really on edge and use the slicks in the rain. On the other hand, I think with the track being really wet, it's going to be really tricky. So we're running a dry setup, so I hope some other guys didn't take a gamble, but fair play to them if they did.
Yeah. And also, you know that the Team GP Elite can do a good pit stop. They did in the last one. So if you need to come in, you can. Wouter going from fourth place on the grid. He won the race convincingly in that last one, the only driver on slick tyres. Actually, as we say that, the rain is starting to fall heavier, and Wouter actually joking with series coordinator Lars Plato there, saying, I should change tyres. The 27 there is Theo Elenas. He had a great start to the race, and that one was well in the thick of the action, having a fight for the top 3 positions. In the end, did manage to stay on the podium. It looks like some teams are choosing to go on to wet tyres, which means I won't be able to get in and chat to these drivers, but it'll be interesting to watch them go to work. This is the Est1 racing team. This rain falling heavier means that I think everyone was expecting this rain to come, and they were just waiting for the moment for it to fall heavier, which is right now. Really interesting to see how the teams work. They practice this sort of thing day in, day out. They know exactly what they're doing. They've all got jobs. These wheels and tyres are also very heavy. You can see the team having to physically manhandle them on and off the cars. They make it look easy, but it certainly is not. Theo Elenas on wet tyres. Can confirm that Wouter Boerkamps also on wet tyres. The wets haven't gone on Marco Giltrap's car quite yet, nor have they on Jelte Hofner. They are changing the tyres on our pole sitter Milan Marchak. So at the moment, very much a split grid. We could end up with a split strategy here where some teams are on slick, some teams are on wets. So at the moment, it looks like our pole sitter Marchak on wets. Jelte Hofner currently on slicks, but I think they've begun to change those tyres. Yeah, I think now, because the rain is falling even heavier than it has at any moment, we're going to have wets all around. How long have we got until we go racing? Just a few moments, I think. So this is last minute changes. This is now going to come down to what the tyre pressures are set at, because teams can choose to go higher or lower on the pressures. The higher the tyre pressure, the quicker they'll be at the start of the race. They'll be fast, but then if it stays not wet, tyres will go away towards the end. If they go lower tyre pressures, they'll struggle at the start of the race, but potentially have more grip by the end. The higher the tyre pressure, the harder it works the tread blocks on those wet tyres. Looking down the grid, I think it is pretty much everyone on wet. So I'll walk further down the grid and we'll chat to some of the drivers who have had their tyres changed. Theo Elenas. Actually, because we've got a couple of minutes, I can see some setup changes going on there as well, actually. A couple of the teams making minor adjustments to the alignment of the front wheels as well. There's a fair few things you can do to these Porsche Cup cars which will affect how they handle in wet and dry conditions. And the optimum setup on a wet track on wet tyres is different to the optimum setup on a dry track on slick tyres. On slick tyres, you want the car stiff, you want the car agile, nimble. On wet conditions, you want it predictable, everything to happen a bit slower, a bit softer. Because otherwise it can be hard to control. Let's have a jump in and have a word with Levin Gelf. We spoke to him ahead of the previous race, but we'll have a word with him again. Levin, can we have a chat? Levin, last minute change to wets. Looks like everyone has gone for the same strategy. The rain falling heavier now. Different conditions in 2 different races.
Yeah, I'm just trying to survive now.
Survival is the key, is it?
Yeah, survive the first 2 laps and then just find my rhythm and go on with it.
How was your first race start in that last one?
Pretty decent, to be honest. I mean, I've practiced it in the endurance races we did in German Sports Cup. So I know how to use the clutch, but under like the high stress conditions and everything, yeah, was exciting. But
very different this time, wet tyres, wet track, so good luck with that one. You'll have plenty of start experience by the time the main season starts, so good luck, Levin. I'll leave you to it now. Levin, in one of his, very early on in his racing career, still getting used to things. I think we've got time for one more interview. I'm going to grab a quick word with Nick Ho. Can I jump in? Very quick. Nick, change of tyres. I think there's going to be some debate about tyre pressures and setup. How do you think this race is going to pan out? You had a good pace at the start of the previous one.
Well, I leave that up to my team, and I'll just go full send.
Full send indeed. Top 5 for the goal, top 3 podium win. What's on your mind?
Let's see where we can get.
Nick Ho, driver for Team GP Elite. He was well in the mix of the action. Unfortunately got a 5-second penalty after a collision in that previous race. So I think as the rain is falling, the klaxons are being sirened, I'm being ushered off the grid. So it's time to hand back to Brian for the second of the sports division races.
Thank you, Piers. You need to go and get yourself in the dry quickly because it looks horrendous out there now. So the rain is coming down. Was kind of similar to the start of the previous race originally, where everyone was going to be on slicks this time, and then we would suddenly swap over. What is going to happen? I cannot believe that Walter Boerkamps is going to come into the pits and change to slicks in this instance because it is significantly wetter. As we just sit on board with Theo Elinus, you can just hear the silence as the drivers wait, and in a few moments they will start their engines and we will get ready to start on the formation lap. This is going to be an important formation lap. So just a couple of minutes ago, the drivers were all sat in slick shod cars getting ready to start this race. Now they're all in wet shod cars, and it's going to be very, very tricky. This could be a very different kind of race to what we saw in race 1. It is the second round of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division, their final race of the weekend. And we are getting ready to go for 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. I haven't seen any indication that the standing start will be changed to a rolling start. Sometimes when conditions are bad, race directors can change it so that it's a rolling start for safety reasons. At the moment, it's still being shown as a standing start. So in a few moments, they'll start on the formation lap, and it will be time to generate the heat in the tyres and in the brakes to make sure that when they arrive at speed into turn 1, they'll have something with which to turn and something with which to stop. So, as with the previous race, it's a front row with Milan Marchak on pole position, Jota Hofner alongside. On the second row, Marco Giltrap has Walter Boerkamps for company. He's going to be making his presence felt from there. Keep an eye on Theo Elinus, was so good in the previous race, constantly alongside other cars. And Jesse Polderdijk, good starting position there from P6. I should think the heart will be racing a little bit there. Levin Gelf, we've heard from him. He too just says, I want to just survive it. And then we've got Nick Ho, who's 8th on the grid ahead of Luciano Martinez, and then Nikola Milkovic. And then it's Matthias Comparato ahead of Hugh Muller, with Cesar van der Voosteen bringing up the rear. So you can see there from the puddles, the rain is still coming down as we get ready on this formation lap. The cars are circulating at the moment, trying to generate the heat in the tyres and the brakes. Right, we're on board there with the 27 car, Theo Elinus, and you can see just what the conditions are like. Heading out of turn 5, up the hill, and I should think the nerves on the drivers at the moment. They're going to be very, very nervous indeed. We've got a car starting on the pit exit, and that will be number 11, Matthias Comparato. So the car's now up towards turn 9 and then out towards turn 10. And then it'll be back out onto the pit straight. So here they come on their formation lap, and the car's just getting ready for the start of this race. On board with ൦Ellinus as he comes to the grid now, and just weaving to get some final heat into the tyres. You can see the windscreen wipers going. This is really tricky. Alongside him, they're going to be nervous because they're going to want to make sure that when they head in towards turn 1, they've got the grip and that they can actually make it stick around that first corner. So there is Milan Marchak on the left-hand side of the track. On the right-hand side of your picture, there is Jelte Hofner alongside. We have clearance from the back. We are ready for round 2 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we are go. And there's Nick Ho just jumping out of line to the outside. He ducks back in again. It's a drag race in towards turn 1. Jelte Hofner, who was so angry at the end of turn 1, at the end of race 1 when he had to retire. But Milan Marchak sails around the outside. Keep an eye on Walter Burkamp in second place. Looks to the inside of Jelte Hofner, the number 30 car that won and dominated the first race, dropping back to 4th place. It looks like everybody's made it off the line. There's the 27 car. We're riding on board with 噚Ellinus as we head down now towards turn 5, under braking. But Milan Marchak has the lead at the moment. Did exactly what he did in the first race, but this time has held on to that lead. Everybody fighting over those minor positions. 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing ahead of us. So Milan Marchak is our race leader. Walter Burkamp looked good to start off with, now fighting. He's ahead of Jelte Hofner. Just behind them, a whole gaggle of cars all fighting for position. There's Marco Giltrap into that second place. But Milan Marchak making up for what was a disappointing first race, now leading the way with a gap over that second place car. Walter Burkamp's fighting hard to come back through the pack here. He's challenging Marco Giltrap for position as well. But Milan Marchak breaking clear at the front. Walter Burkamp's on the same tyres as those around him, looking to the outside of Marco Giltrap. You can see the back end of the car sliding. We're on board with 噚Ellinus at the moment in the number 27 car as he fights for position. These opening laps is where it can be all won or lost in these tricky conditions. 28 minutes plus 1 lap of racing ahead of us. Out of the first lap we come across the start finish line, and Milan Marchak leading the way by 1.8 seconds from Marco Giltrap. Then it's Walter Burkamp, then Jelte Hofner. ŁEllinus in 5th place ahead of Nick Ho, Joop Muller, Nikola Milkovic, Jesse Polderdijk and Luciano Martinez rounding out the top 10. So everybody's made it round that opening lap. So good job done by everybody, just holding it all together. The challenge is on now. Jelte Hofner putting the pressure onto Walter Burkamp. So Hofner in the 919 car, fighting for that position, looking for a podium. He had that non-finish in the first race, will be looking to make up for it. Walter Boerkamps, the winner in the first race, under braking into turn 5. Jutta Hoffner trying to be as brave as he can under braking. You can see the first couple of cars disappearing off over the hill. There is Boerkamps, there is Jutta Hoffner as well. So, Walter Boerkamps and Jutta Hoffner just trying to fight for that position. Marco Giltrap just ahead of them, 1.8 seconds back from Milan Marchak. The cars continue out towards turn 11. Boerkamps taking a deep line into the corner. Jutta Hoffner trying to outwit him, the master and the junior, going wheel to wheel here in round 2 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Meanwhile, Milan Marchak continues to extend his lead at the front. It's Marchak from Giltrap. Look at the fighting going on behind. The cars scrapping over position. Marco Giltrap solid in that second place at the moment. Walter Boerkamps in third. Jutta Hoffner looking like a man on a charge. Theo Elinus in the 27 car in 5th place. The driver you see on your screen at the moment has Nick Ho behind him. Out across the start-finish line we come once again. And Milan Marchak's lead is down to 9/10 of a second. So Marco Giltrap, he just showed great patience in the first race, just held back, allowed everybody to do their thing and then turn the heat up. That's exactly what he's doing here. He's recorded the fastest lap of the race. So Marco Giltrap in 2nd place is the man to watch. Walter Boerkamps in that 3rd place. There's Nick Ho up with Theo Elinus. So that'll be for 5th place. Behind them is Jörg Müller in 7th place. But Milan Marchak, is he going to feel pressure? Yes, he is. In towards turn 5. It's a move from Marco Giltrap on the inside. Milan Marchak tries to come back, but out of turn 5, up towards turn 6. Your new race leader is Marco Giltrap. He saw the gap on the inside. Milan Marchak's 1.5 second lead disappeared in a moment, and suddenly Giltrap, who showed such patience in race 1, has done exactly the same here and now moves his way into the lead. So Milan Marchak shuffled down to 2nd place. Walter Boerkamps in 3rd, with Jutta Hoffner still putting the pressure onto him. There you go, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Theo Elinus 3.212 back, and now Walter Boerkamps takes that wider line through the corner. Jutta Hoffner trying to take a tighter, tidier line, but not necessarily the quicker. He looks to the inside, but once again, Boerkamps has the momentum around the outside, but you can see the back end of the car sliding in these greasy conditions. Once again, Jutta Hoffner putting the pressure onto the winner of race 1. If he can find a route past the number 30 car and make it onto the podium, he would be delighted. Theo Elinus now coming under pressure from Nick Ho and Jörg Müller, and Jesse Polderdijk having a sterling race in 8th place. There's Milan Marchak. The gap back to Walter Boerkamps and Jutta Hoffner. Hoffner to the outside. Along the pit straight they come. In towards turn 1 under braking. Now Boerkamps will have the racing line, but can Hoffner carry the momentum around the outside? You can see the car snaking in the wet conditions. Still Boerkamps holding on to that position. Briefly, Hoffner was shown in 3rd place. He did have his nose in front when they broke the beam on the start-finish line. But it was Walter Boerkamps who got it together under braking into turn 1 to hold on to that 3rd position. Riding on board now with 5th place Theo Elinus. He's looking at the fight that's going on up ahead of him, closing in on them. And when the cars are running side by side, so often it allows the cars behind to close in. And they're just sliding across the curbs. Levin Gelf, he said at the start of this race, it was about survival. It was about just getting to the end and really struggling with traction in these really challenging conditions here in Portimao. Walter Boerkamps, the more experienced driver, the most experienced driver in the field, currently in 3rd place after that dominant win in race 1. has the young charger, the junior Jelter Hofner, breathing down his neck. Again, to the inside, Jelter Hofner has a look. Still, Walter Burkamp knows the quickest way around this circuit. Theo Ellenis in the 27 car in 5th place. Now under pressure from Nick Ho. Nick Ho looks to the inside of Theo Ellenis, ducks back in behind at the moment. Milan Marchak is in that 2nd place, 1.9 back from our race leader. So Marco Giltrap now turning up the heat at the front, opening up that gap. The fight behind Theo Ellenis. You've got Nick Ho there, you've got Joop Muller, you've got Jesse Polderdijk there as well. Luciano Martinez in the background, not close enough to challenge. This could all change as we approach the 1/3 distance of this race. The fastest man on the track is the one who has a clear track in front of him. Marco Giltrap, the driver from New Zealand, leading the way. There's the number 10 of Joop Muller in 7th place, in amongst the traffic, getting ready for his season in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux in the coming season. He can see a driver who is a winner in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux just ahead of him in the shape of Nick Ho. Behind him, Jesse Polderdijk, looking to have a much better race than he did first time around. He finished 10th in the previous race, but in 8th place and very much in the hunt for the places here as we look through the murky conditions back at turn 5. Once again on board with Theo Ellenis. You can see how hard he's having to fight just to keep his track position. Up ahead of him is Jelter Hofner in the 919 car. Theo Ellenis is there. Nick Ho just behind Joop Muller in the blue, pink and white car. The silver car of Jesse Polderdijk. Keeping an eye on Polderdijk. He's having a much better race here in round 2 than he did in round 1 earlier on. Just looking to see if there are any track limit infringements, none involving any of our race leading cars. As we see there, the 96 car of Milan Marchak coming under pressure from Walter Burkamp. So 2nd place suddenly looking a little bit vulnerable. Burkamp has broken clear of Jelter Hofner. The car's taking very different lines into the corner. Each driver searching for the grip in these greasy conditions. Walter Burkamp on the wide outside is where he seems to like. It's where he seems to be quickest. Milan Marchak tries to give him the squeeze as he goes to the outside, but that also almost lets Jelter Hofner through on the inside. Now Walter Burkamp with his nose in front. He slides the car through and into the lead, goes into that position. Into 2nd place goes Walter Burkamp, but Milan Marchak coming back just behind Jelter Hofner, doesn't know who to follow, so he goes 3 abreast. This is the fight for 2nd place in towards turn 1. What a move from Jelter Hofner. He takes both of them. Can he get it slowed down into turn 1? No, he can't. Now Walter Burkamp uses experience to come blasting through. Milan Marchak down into 3rd place. Jelter Hofner had that position for a while, but now Nick Ho is breathing down his neck. But Theo Ellenis taking advantage. Another fantastic scrap between these same drivers who are fighting amongst themselves in the first race. At the moment, Giltrap up in front, Burkamp in 2nd, but who knows what's happening next. Milan Marchak coming under immense pressure once again. Jelter Hofner, if only he could have got it slowed down, it would have been a monumental move, but he carried too much speed into that turn 1 and ended up losing those positions that he had gained. There's Theo Ellenis taking a very wide line in these conditions that feel like they are getting worse and worse. The cars heading up towards turn 9 they come, and they're down towards turn 10. Milan Marchak trying to defend the podium position of 3rd place. Jelter Hofner putting the pressure on as much as he can. All of this is allowing Marco Giltrap to just pull away at the front. 7.5 seconds is his lead at the front of this race. But what a fight for the positions. Giltrap leads. Burkamp's in 2nd. Then is this fight here. Hofner, Marchak, Ho, Theo Ellenis, all in there together. Jesse Polderdijk now joining in. Joop Muller also joining in. Luciano Martinez. So all these cars in a gaggle. Any one of them can end up in 3rd place. There's Burkamp, who's broken clear of this battle. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars all fighting for that position. Brilliant stuff. This is why we love Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. These cars putting on such entertaining racing. Giltrap continues to set fastest laps. He has a clear track in front of him. He's got nobody close behind him. He is some 9.4 seconds clear of Walter Boerkamp's. Now it's Martinez who starts to put the pressure on, challenging Jesse Polderdijk for position. Polderdijk in the background in the silver car. His teammate Milan Marchak currently getting mugged by Theo Ellenus. Nick Ho has got through while all that's been going on. So Nick Ho up into fourth place. Jelter Hoffner now having secured that third place, trying to check out. So the 919 car, having worked his way through when they were all fighting, now starts to break clear. 1, 2, 3. Then it's Nick Ho in the 98 car ahead of Theo Ellenus, who never gives up. We're riding on board at the moment with Milan Marchak. You can see it's murky. Visibility's not great. Milan Marchak, our pole sitter, down in 6th place at the moment. He'll be frustrated by that again. Now coming under pressure with Joop Muller in 7th place, breathing down his exhaust pipe. Jesse Polderdijk in the background as well. So 16 minutes remaining plus 1 lap. There's Nick Ho in the 98 car in 4th place. Then it's Theo Ellenus, then Milan Marchak, having been mugged by the pack of cars behind him in 6th place. Joop Muller, Jesse Polderdijk, all queuing up to try and get past. Keep an eye on Luciano Martinez as well in 9th place, but for how much longer? So here we go again. The fighting continues. Brilliant stuff. 15.5 minutes remaining. Now Nick Ho challenging for 3rd place to the inside of Jelter Hoffner. Hoffner had to work so hard for that last of the podium positions, but is Nick Ho about to steal it away from him? The two cars run side by side. The winner from last year in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux at Assen slots in front of Jelter Hoffner into 3rd place. Hoffner will try and come back at him, but can he do anything about Nick Ho? No, he can't. Nick Ho up into that 3rd place. Jelter Hoffner relegated off the podium positions. So Hoffner down to 4th place and into the clutches of Theo Ellenus, but Ellenus has Milan Marchak behind him. Marchak looks to be struggling for traction. Marchak with Joop Muller in 7th place, looking for his route past. Then it's Jesse Polderdijk in the sister Red Ant Racing car. Our leading rookie at the moment is Joop Muller. Second in the rookies is Jesse Polderdijk, but he needs to get to the end. He goes wide on turn 5. A little bit of contact potentially with Joop Muller. The 29 car of Jesse Polderdijk stops on the outside of turn 5 after such a strong battle, just outbraking himself into turn 5. Maybe a little bit of contact, and he's now having to reverse. He's going to be joining a long way back. That releases Joop Muller onto Milan Marchak, now able to attack without losing a position to the car that was with him. To the outside goes Joop Muller, sweeping around the outside of Milan Marchak, and Marchak relegated down into 7th position. So our pole sitter really struggling with these conditions. Right, let's have a look again. That was Polderdijk on the outside. And there wasn't any contact with Muller. I don't think Muller was moving across to defend his position, and he will argue that. The stewards will no doubt take a look, and they will decide whether Muller had been unfair in the line he had taken. It is under investigation by our race stewards, so we'll keep an eye on that. But at the moment, Joop Muller up into 6th place. Milan Marchak down into 7th place. There is Luciano Martinez in 8th, just behind them. Now rushing to join them as well as Matheus Comparato, the other of the Ombra racing cars. We look again at Jelter Hoffner in 4th place, Theo Ellenus in 5th. Heading into turn 1, they come. Now Ellenus putting the pressure onto Jelter Hoffner. In they come. Still Hoffner trying to make that car as wide as possible. We should remember that Jelter Hoffner only in his 2nd season of racing these Porsche Cup cars, trying to put all of his experience to good use. into that troublesome turn 5 once again. Theo Ellenus taking a much wider line into the corner, maybe looking to cut back on the exit of turn 5 up the hill towards turn 6 they will come, but now he has no other cars behind him, so Ellenus able to challenge without the risk of losing a position. Nobody on his back bumper at the moment. Marco Giltrap continues to lead the way, 12.5 seconds clear of Walter Boerkamps. Third place is Nick Ho. He's broken clear of this battle. Jelter Hofner trying to hold on to that 4th place. On board with Theo Ellenus, looking at the back of the Jelter Hofner car. This is the fight for 4th place on board from the perspective of Ellenus. The windscreen wipers going, having to concentrate, having to focus. Ellenus looking to try and find that route past the 919 car, taking a different line into the corner. Jelter Hofner, you've seen him take a very tight line through the corners, trying not to leave gaps on the inside. You look at him here, taking that tight line. You can see Theo Ellenus drifting the back end in the background. Clear of Jörg Müller in 6th place. Milan Marchak will be thoroughly disappointed with 7th place, having started on pole position. 11 minutes remaining of this race. Once again on board with Theo Ellenus. Now he moves to the outside of Jelter Hofner, heading in towards turn 1. He's got the outside line. He's got the job done before they even hit the braking zone. Now slows it down into turn 1. Hofner with nothing to defend with. So the 27 car moving up into 4th place. Now Nick Ho and Walter Boerkamps running very much together out on the circuit. So whether Boerkamps has made a mistake or whether Nick Ho has just made really good progress, but the two Team GP Elite cars running together in 2nd and 3rd place. So that could be an interesting battle. It's still Boerkamps at the moment with that 2nd place. Remember that Boerkamps is the driver coach for Nick Ho. Probably wishing he hadn't taught him so many secrets now. At the moment, Boerkamps holding on to that 2nd place, but Nick Ho putting the pressure on, trying to move up a step on the podium. Theo Ellenus in 4th place, not breaking clear of Jelter Hofner. We're into the final third of the race. The rain is now coming down. Certainly no questions over what tyres we're going to be running from here on. Jörg Müller keeping this battle in sight, but not really close enough to challenge Jelter Hofner at the moment. So I haven't seen any issues on the timing screen that indicate we're going to get any penalties. The incident between 29 and 10 under investigation. So that was Jörg Müller and of course Jesse Polderdijk, but it is just under investigation at the moment. There's been no penalty or anything as we look at the pole sitting car, Milan Marchak. It will probably be quite pleased to move on from Portimao and get the next round underway at Estoril, which takes place in just 5 days' time. Number 11 of Matheus Comparato there, and you can see how tricky it is. Cars going wide, and that is Cesar van der Voosteen in the 46 car. Right, here we go. Challenge for 2nd place. The master and the apprentice running side by side into turn 1. Surely Nick Ho's not going to put one on his driver coach. He's certainly going to try. He's got his nose in front. But Walter Boerkamps, we've seen it already in this race. He's just good at keeping his cool, keeping it tight, allowing drivers to show themselves on the outside, but not allowing himself to be distracted by them in any way at all. So Nick Ho, though, what an audacious move. Tried to get past Walter Boerkamps. Couldn't quite make it stick into turn 1, but surely going to give it another go. This allows our race leader, Marco Giltrap, to stretch his legs to nearly 15 seconds at the front. So again, Walter Boerkamps holds on to that 2nd place. Nick Ho very much in his wake. 3rd place. Trying to move in on 2nd. He pulls alongside him once again. Up over the crest of the hill they come. This time he's made it stick. What a move from Nick Ho. Moving into 2nd place. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Nick Ho. Into 2nd place. Now he'll set about after our race leader. But with 7.5 minutes remaining, and a 15-second gap. I don't think Nick Ho is going to stand much of a chance of catching Giltrap, unless, of course, Giltrap has a problem. But what a move from Nick Ho, putting a move on the very experienced Walter Burkamps, the driver who dominated the previous race. GP Elite looking on nervously as their two cars fight with each other. So here we go again. Second and third. Is Burkamps going to try and come back at Nick Ho? Try and steal that second place away. Ho opening up a gap now. 7 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap. We have an incident under investigation between cars 10 and 96. So that would be Milan Marchak and Jürg Müller. So that is under investigation as well by our race directors. But no penalties or anything have been issued as we look again at second and third place. Once again, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division entertaining us all the way. The leading rookie at the moment is Jürg Müller. He's in 6th place. Second in the rookies is Levin Gelf in 12th place overall, with Jesse Polderdijk in 3rd in the rookies in 13th overall. And of course, there will be a podium for the rookies at the end of this. Marco Giltrap in the overall lead has opened up nearly 2 seconds in that last lap with an open track in front of him. Has looked after his tyres, has not been fighting wheel to wheel with other cars, and has been able to control the pace of this race. I'm told that the rain is starting to get heavier, so the conditions getting tricky. So nothing is taken as read here. All these positions, the points are only awarded when they collect the checkered flag. If a driver spins or goes wide, it could all change. So Milan Marchak currently in 7th place under pressure from Matthias Comparato. But anything could happen in the next 5.5 minutes. So we ride on board once again with Milan Marchak in 7th place. In the distance, he can see Jürg Müller, who's broken clear of him. And Jürg Müller, who now has about a 3.2 second gap, should I say, over the 96 car. So he's broken well clear after some great wheel-to-wheel battles. And breaking clear is what Nick Ho has done from Walter Burkamps. So it was 0.6 of a second last time across the line. Now they cross the line, and the gap is up to 0.725. So Nick Ho just very slightly stretching his legs over 3rd place Walter Burkamps. Marco Giltrap still 18.5 seconds clear of this battle. So very much in the box seats for this race. Theo Elenas still in it with these tricky, ever-increasing rainy conditions. Theo Elenas could so easily just end up in a podium position. If any of the 3 cars in front of him get into trouble, he could be there. Jürg Müller still pressuring Jelte Hofner. The 5th place 919 car has proven to be a tricky customer to get past. And taking a completely different line into the corner, Jürg Müller, the leading rookie driver, has a look on the outside, ducks back to the inside. The younger brother of Mace Müller, we chatted to him, of course, comes from a racing family. Both he, his brother, and their father have all raced together in the past. And now to the inside, Jürg Müller finds the traction. Jelte Hofner, is he about to get shuffled back to 6th? Yes, he is. Jürg Müller up into 5th place. Steals his way past Jelte Hofner. Hofner trying to come back to him on the outside line. Into turn 11. But has to be careful because could so easily lose the back end in one of the puddles. So Jelte Hofner now relegated down to that 6th place. There's Milan Marchak, our pole sitter in the background. Remember, Jelte Hofner started 2nd on the grid. Milan Marchak started on pole. Now in 6th and 7th place. Giltrap leads. We'll see what the gap is. It was 18.475 last time I looked. So they'll be coming out across the line in just a few moments. And it's 18.836. So Marco Giltrap very much holding station. And Nick Ho, having broken clear of Walter Burkamp by about 1.2 seconds. So 1, 2, 3. At the moment, not looking like changing in the next 2.5 minutes, but the fight is certainly on further back. Joop Muller in 5th place. Jelte Hofner wants to come back at him. Will be distinctly grumpy that the number 10 got past him. Now look at him putting the pressure on. Still, Joop Muller, young driver, very little experience, preparing for a coming season in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. So may well be crossing swords with Jelte Hofner many times throughout this year. In towards turn 5, Hofner likes that tight inside line into the corner, doesn't he? Muller taking the wider, faster outside line, holds on to the position. Up towards 6 they come. Up over the hill once again. Time is running out for Jelte Hofner to get that 5th place back from the number 10 car. Muller looks to have this covered off at the moment. Giltrap in control of this race. Here he is in the number 66 car, prepared by Team 75 Motorsport, the legendary team of Timo Bernhard, the Porsche legend. The team that's run by Timo's sister, Jennifer Reisling. They know how to prepare a car. They are race winners in many other categories as well. And here, getting up to speed in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, Marco Giltrap preparing himself for a season in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. Out across the line he comes once again. So it will be 2 laps remaining, and that's Muller at the side of the track. So Joop Muller, after all that effort, surrenders that position, and that looks like Jelte Hofner as well. So we've got several cars, so have they come together? There's another one rejoining just in front, but that is Hofner and Joop Muller. Both of them parked up at the side of the track. Has there been contact between these two cars? That will have promoted Theo Elenis certainly up the order. Milan Marchak now. Jelte Hofner gets rolling. But we've had drama in the closing stages of this race. Less than a minute remaining of timed racing. So about a lap and a half. And that is Joop Muller clearly going no further. Certainly not in a position now to challenge for that position. So what happened? And it was Hofner who lost it under braking, barreled into the number 10 car, and took both cars out of the race effectively, although Hofner has been able to rejoin. So Hofner getting into the back of Joop Muller, and that is a real shame. And there is Nikola Milkovic in the treble 1 car as well. So Hofner has retired into the pits. Muller is out of it as well. We've got a double waved yellow at turn 13. Marco Giltrap currently, I think he's on his last lap. I can't remember if he crossed the line or not. I believe it's his last lap. So Marco Giltrap, with all that drama that's been going on, has just kept his nose clean. A little over 19 seconds to the good at the lead of this race. Nick Ho having put one over Walter Burkamp to get up into 2nd place, and he'll be pretty chuffed about that, I should think. Marco Giltrap will be pretty pleased to see the end of this race, because the conditions have been incredibly hazardous. The rain is absolutely pounding down now, but Marco Giltrap has got to the front. He bided his time getting to the front of this race, and out he comes out across the line. So it is just one more lap to go, I believe. So it is just that one more for Marco Giltrap. Nick Ho in 2nd, Walter Burkamp in 3rd. They just need to hold it all together for one more lap. You've seen how easy it is for it all to fall away. Theo Elenis into 4th place. Milan Marchak is promoted up to 5th. In 6th place is Matheus Comparato ahead of Luciano Martinez in 7th. Then it's Nikola Milkovic in 8th place. A sterling drive to 9th for Cesar van der Voosteen. And again, just keeping it on the track is a win in itself. Levin Gelf rounding out the top 10. Jesse Polderdijk in 11th place. Levin Gelf is the leading rookie driver and will take the rookie win if things remain as they are. Jesse Polderdijk 2nd in the rookies, but a little way back from Levin Gelf as we look at Marco Giltrap up at turn 9 and up towards 10 once again for the very, very last time here this weekend at Portimao. It has been a real challenge. The elements have played a massive part in this race. In the previous race, it was a second place for Marco Giltrap. He was the leading driver on wet weather tyres, but Walter Boerkamps had stolen the march on tyre choice and had passed him. No such issues now for Marco Giltrap as he heads up to turn 14 for the very last time, past the stricken Joop Muller car, and then into 14 he comes now. It'll be 15 after that. It'll be out onto the pit straight for Marco Giltrap. Here he comes into the final corner of the race. He'll be pleased to see that checkered flag because it's going to indicate a first ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for Marco Giltrap. He sees that checkered flag and he takes that victory. A dominant win in such tricky conditions. We'll now have to wait a while before we see Nick Ho in the number 98 car, but he will surely be feeling so pleased that he got one over his teammate, the experienced Walter Boerkamps. Now Nick Ho takes that second place. Boerkamps in third place. Cross the line they come to complete the podium positions. Theo Ellenis with a fourth place, and then we wait for our pole sitter Milan Marchak. Fifth place will be some consolation. Then it's Matthias Comparato ahead of Luciano Martinez, who will cross the line next. And then we wait for Nikola Milkovic to cross the line. Still waiting for Levin Gelf to come, because when Levin Gelf crosses the line, it will be a win in the rookie category. We've seen Cesar van der Voosteen across the line. Now we wait for Levin Gelf, who will take a victory in the rookie category. Top step of the podium. He was so nervous at the start of this race. He was like, I just want to survive it. He did more than survive it. He won for the rookies. Jesse Polderdijk will get second in the rookie categories. And of course, we've lost Jota Hofner and Joop Muller. So another thoroughly entertaining race for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. But what a drive from Marco Giltrap for Team 75 Motorsport. He got in front, he bided his time, he waited, he didn't knock off any panels or get into argy-bargy with other drivers. He waited for his moment and then he took that lead and pulled away, winning by nearly 19 seconds. Nick Ho second across the line, having passed Walter Boerkamps. You've got to get up pretty early in the morning to put one over Walter Boerkamps. But Nick Ho has done it, making it Team GP Elite second and third. And another solid drive from Theo Ellenis to go in his podium finish from race one. Ellenis finishes in fourth place. For Milan Marchak, it's another fifth place. And I think he'll be disappointed with that. But given the conditions and the situation, I'd say that's a pretty good points haul. 2 fifth places from the 2 races here this weekend in Portimao. And as the rain comes down, the drivers pull off into Parc Fermé. There is Marco Giltrap in the number 66 car. He now has to wait for the other drivers to arrive. You can see how heavy the rain is, and it's going to make the final race of the weekend, round 2 for the club division, very interesting indeed. So from the car gets Marco Giltrap. Right, here comes Nick Ho. There's Walter Boerkamps just ahead of him. Then it's Nick Ho. We've got a few incidents that are under investigation from that race, but none involving the cars that finished on the podium. So I'd like to suggest you 1, 2, 3 very much as they cross the line. And Nick Ho, it might have been second. That would have felt like a win. He won in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux last year. A second place is some mean feat when you look at the level of competition around him. But Marco Giltrap has signalled his intent, and by my calculations, will be the points leader as we leave Portimao and head towards Estoril next weekend. It'll be Marco Giltrap who will lead the way in the points standings. 2 very solid drives. Team GP Elite, the Dutch team, who prepared the cars in second and third, and Team 75 Motorsport who prepare the car that won the race. All very, very rapid cars. Right, I can see that Piers has got our race winner with him. Down in the pit lane. Over to you, Piers.
Marco, tricky conditions, but you made it look easy. 20 seconds, or nearly 20 seconds, 19 seconds over the line to take victory over these two guys. I mean, what more can you ask for?
Yeah, it was interesting. Towards the end, the rain really got a bit heavier and some streams started to break through. But, you know, the team gave me such a good car. So thank you to all the team, Team 75. What a wonderful job they've done for me. You know, really owe it to them.
Absolutely, a great car, but you had to drive it yourself. Just put us in the cockpit. It's tricky out there with those conditions, changing every lap, but we could see when the driver's fighting, you go slightly on the wrong part of the circuit, slippery, easy to make a mistake.
Yeah, it's so slippery, but it's so rewarding, this track, just driving it straight, staying off the racing line. It's really enjoyable to drive, and I had a ball out there.
I mean, it looked like good fun. We joked yesterday that you've come from Southern Hemisphere's summer to race in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in winter, and now you've got very wintry weather. I mean, at least if it's wet when in your main championship, you'll be pretty confident.
Yeah, well, we'll go home for the regular season, which will also be winter. So lots of wet driving. So that's awesome.
Amazing, great practice. Congratulations, Marco Giltrap, our winner in the sport division. I'll hand back to Brian to look at some highlights of another thrilling sports classification race.
Thank you, Piers. Well, clearly Marco Giltrap had seen the weather forecast then if he wanted some wet weather practice. He certainly got that. It was Jelte Hofner who stole a march, certainly at the start. Milan Marchak tried to come back at him in the beginning of the race. The two cars ran side by side. Marchak then opening up a fairly decent lead to start off with. A lot of fighting going on in the background. We saw that on board with Tira Elenis, but then Marco Giltrap just picked his moment to move forward. Such mature driving. Didn't get into anything wild, waited for the moment, and then moved past Milan Marchak into the lead. Marchak's day was not going to get any better as the challengers started to come from behind. Walter Boerkamps was going to be a challenger, but he had Jelte Hofner to get past first. The two cars ran side by side. Hofner taking the wide outside. You could see under braking that traction was very, very limited. Walter Boerkamps getting past and into second place. We did wonder whether Boerkamps would then close in on Marco Giltrap, but Giltrap had other ideas about that. And Boerkamps was going to get a lot of pressure from behind. Jelte Hofner getting stuck in, diving his way through, passing two cars at once, but he couldn't get it slowed down into turn one. On board with Tira Elenis, you could see how difficult the conditions were. Also with Milan Marchak, he was having to fight his way through the traffic because first it was Walter Boerkamps who got past, then it was going to be Nick Ho as well. Milan Marchak getting shuffled back in the pack. We had a moment there with Joop Muller getting together with Cesar with Polderdijk, but Polderdijk was able to recover. But this was the fight that we wanted to see. The two teammates running side by side, Boerkamps and Ho, eventually going the way of Nick Ho, which explains why he was so ecstatic when he got out of the car. Unfortunately, it was all going to end in tears for these two when they got together, and Joop Muller and Jelte Hofner connecting with each other, effectively ending the race for both cars. But what a win from Marco Giltrap. Nearly 19 seconds ahead of Nick Ho. He had to wait quite a long time in the pit lane before the other two cars were able to arrive. But then the congratulations came. It was Team GP Elite second and third, but it was Team 75 Racing who took the top step of the podium with the driver from New Zealand. He's come the furthest to race here, but he certainly made it pay off. Preparing for winter in New Zealand. Well, these are the conditions to do it, and he's done it in style. The rain came down, tried to ruin the race, but instead it made it spectacular. We've had two fantastic races in Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe Sport Division, and now we head to the podium.
It's our second and final podium for the sport division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we'll start with our third place driver in the overall classification, the number 30, the winner of a race, number 1, Walter Boerkamps. Congratulations, Walter. And his teammate came second from the Netherlands, Nick Ho. but the man who was unbeatable in wet conditions today, the number 66 from New Zealand, racing for Team 75, Marco Giltrap. Congratulations, Marco, winning by nearly 20 seconds in conditions as tricky as that. A truly outstanding drive, and we'll now have the national anthem of New Zealand. Congratulations once again to our top three. The series organiser Lars Plato will now present the trophies. First up to race one winner is of course Walter Borkamp's. Second place, the number 98 of Nick Ho, and our eventual winner Marco Giltrap, coming all the way from New Zealand, returning to the championship and taking his first victory for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We'll now gather our top three onto the podium for a photo. Walter Borkamp's ending this weekend with 2 podiums, as does Marco Giltrap as well. So I think by my maths, Marco Giltrap will retain the championship lead, but a very close battle between these three. And the champagne, race suit sweaty, wet in the rain, and now soaked in champagne as well. Congratulations to our top three, our podium for the overall classification in the sport division here at the first event at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in Portimao. Congratulations to our top three. We'll see you all at the next event in just 6 days' time in Estoril. That's going to be good to look forward to. Plenty of racing. And now we have the second podium of the sport division. That will be the rookie classification. Only 2, unfortunately, Joop Muller not finishing as a classified finisher in that race. So therefore, our second place driver, the number 29 from the Netherlands, Jesse Polderdijk. Congratulations, Jesse, racing for Red Ant Racing. But our winner in the rookie classification, the 144 from Germany, Levin Gelf. Yes, good job, Levin. Especially considering it was his first standing start this morning and then taking victory in the rookie classification, the second race. Now the German national anthem. Trophies once again handed out by series coordinator and German Lars Plato. Second place to Jesse Polderdijk, and the first place Levin Gelf raises that trophy aloft. You can see how much that means to Levin. Congratulations, and get together on the top step of the podium for your photo, and then feel free to let the champagne flow for the rookie podium. It's a 1v1 here. Who's going to win the? Who's going to win this one? Oh no, Levin's blown early. Congratulations, both of you. Rookie podiums to start with. It will be overall podiums in years to come, I'm sure. Enjoying the taste of the bubbly to celebrate what has been a successful race weekend. What's it, race weekend? Race day, I suppose, in the rookie classification. Congratulations to you both. That is the sport classification complete for this race, event number 1 in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. All that's left to conclude is the second race in the club division. That's coming up next.
he races down. One more to go, and it is chucking it down with rain. The headlights are a must. Windscreen wiper as well, obviously. There will be no discussions about what tyres we're going to be starting the race on. This will be the first race of this weekend where we're not discussing what tyres they're starting on. No doubt now. I think this rain is probably in for the afternoon. Just for everybody who is joining us on the terraces here in Portimao this weekend, I just want to say a massive, massive thank you because we know the conditions have been challenging. You all thought you were coming to the Algarve for a holiday, didn't you, in the sunshine? Well, here we go. This is what it's like in the UK most of the time. But it is great training for these drivers. Many of these drivers are preparing for their coming season. And wet weather training, well, you can't buy that kind of stuff because so often we have events throughout the year, Porsche Carrera Cup and Sprint Cup and Sports Challenge Racing, where it suddenly rains randomly and you've got to be able to deal with it. You can't just park it up and go, oh, well, I'm not going to do that. So this is really good training, really good experience. But it's easy for me to say I'm not stood out in it at the moment. I think Piers is stood in it. And he's going to be loving this next few minutes, isn't he? But hey, it's all part of the fun. It's why we go racing. I'm told that the wind has dropped and this weather is in for the remainder of the event. So I think we're going to say, let's get this race underway while we can still see the cars. And then we'll regather. And hopefully when we gather again in Estoril on Saturday, maybe the sun will be shining and it'll be more traditional Iberian weather. But at the moment, it is pretty horrendous down there. So the cars coming to the grid and we'll be getting ready to go. So in the last race, we saw Joel Monegro taking what was an utterly dominant win. He's not starting on pole position for this race. It's his teammate who starts on pole position, Eric Santos. Joel Monegro will be starting alongside him. So he'll be keen to get in front into turn one. Right. I'm so sorry, Piers. We're going to try and get this over with as quickly as possible. It must be cold, miserable and wet down on the grid.
Yeah, you're correct, Brian. It's hood-up weather here. It's pretty grim, if I'm honest. The wind has dropped. The rain has increased. I don't think, as you mentioned, there's any discussion about who's running which tyres. I'm keeping my paperwork and iPad somewhat hidden, so if I get anything wrong, then that's because my brain can't hold information. It was not my note-taking. Anyway, let's look at the grid. The 245 at the back there, that is Uga van der Woestijn. He will be going from the back of the grid once again for the 2B Motorsports. He's finding the conditions tricky out there, but he'll give it his best shot. And then we've got Alexander Dobic on the outside of the grid. A reminder, this is a rolling start, so the inside of the grid is the odd side. Pole is on the inside, second, fourth, sixth, eighth, etc. on the outside. Alexander Dobic going from the outside there. Daniel Lewis in the GT4, he has had a very good showing, especially at the start of that first club division race we had earlier on. He'll be liking the fact that it's absolutely throwing it down, because as we spoke to him on the grid ahead of the first race of this weekend in the club division, he said that the GT4 definitely suits the wet weather conditions. There's a little bit less of a pace difference between the GT4 and the GT3 in these conditions. Then we move further forward. The number 92 is Hans Frisch. He's going to be going on the outside of the fourth row of the grid, and they're just doing some last-minute tyre pressure adjustments. As you can see, the teams there just doing tyre pressures. Tyre pressures are critical, especially in wet conditions, equally critical in wet and dry conditions. But when it's wet like this, the higher the pressures, as I mentioned earlier on, the better grip you'll have at the start of the race. But too high, potentially those wet tyres can get too hot, overheat, and then fall away towards the end of the race. Then on the inside of row 4, we have Klingenberg going from the number 222, Jan Klingenberg, joining us in the championship for the first time this weekend. He's I'm hoping he's been enjoying the changeable conditions. One thing to note, when I was walking on the way from the podium from the sport division down the pit lane, some of the windscreens of the cars from the sport division were very, very steamy. So a lot of the teams will be wiping a steam-resistant material, a water-resistant material, a condensation-resistant material on the inside of the windscreens to make sure that the breath and the heat and the sweat from the drivers inside doesn't steam up the windscreen and make visibility even worse than it already is. Because this is, I would say, probably on the verge of about where we can go racing. There's quite a lot of standing water in the start-finish straight. Hopefully these drivers can make the most of it. Casper Hochboom, he's going to go from the inside of row 3. Can we come in, Casper? No? No, he wants to keep the inside of the car nice and dry. I think that's probably for the best. Casper had a good run in that last one, made a little mistake. One spin, didn't cost him any positions, but even more tricky conditions in this one. Very much wet tyres out there. The first race, it was slick tyres for most of them, and they were trying their absolute best to stay on the dry part of the circuit. If they ventured off of the standard racing line, they would find wet patches, whereas I think the issue in this race is trying to stay on the same line that everyone else is doing. That's going to be the driest line. If you go away from that racing line, that's where the puddles will be, that's where the rivers will be, a very undulating circuit. Here at the Algarve circuit in Portimao, so where there's undulation, that means that water can pool and run down different parts of the circuit, and the drivers who were paying attention to that in practice yesterday and also this morning in qualifying as well will be the ones potentially who will be avoiding those issues. Marabi Mekvavishvili, he's going from the outside of row number 3 for lap time performance. He was a driver that was a little bit right in the thick of the action. You can see a bit of a baffled wind right on the front corner there where racing got very, very close in the first race today. A 3-place grid drop. Three-place grid drop for Marabi Mekvavishvili after he was not aligned correctly for the start of the first race this weekend, so he'll be trying to stay very much in line. So he would have gone off 3rd place, going out of 6th place. Just hearing in my ear, due to the very, very wet conditions, I think it's very much the right decision from race control that this race will be starting under the safety car. So instead of a 2x2 rolling start, it will be a single file start behind the safety car. I assume that means that the first lap will be behind the safety car as well, to give the drivers an extra opportunity to assess the conditions and see what it's like before they eventually hopefully go racing. But if it's too wet, then of course safety must always come as a priority. Outside of row 2, Levent Turkman. We spoke to him a couple of times already this weekend for the MDM team. Loving life, enjoying racing. Good to be in the championship. He was very grateful. I spoke to him just before the podium of the club division race earlier, and I said, I bet you're glad you entered now, having got a podium, and he was very much so. I'm going to see if I can grab a word. Levent, would you be happy to have a word? Yeah? Yes? Great, I'll just jump in quickly. I'll make this quick to not let too much rain in, but it's the rain's getting heavier and heavier by the moment. What's it like out on circuit?
I couldn't hear you, sorry.
It's okay. How wet is it out on the circuit? We can't see from here, but
it's incredibly wet, and I think we have to go a couple of rounds behind the safety car, and it might even take some time before there's a dry line. So I'm not sure what we're going to do now.
Yeah, I've heard that we're starting behind the safety car. I'd confirm that with your team, just double check, but I think that's what they're planning to do.
It's very wet, so we have to be cautious.
Very much so. I'll close the door to keep the... do you want to close the door? I'm going to make sure that we don't let any rain in the car as possible, because any moisture in the car can accumulate and then evaporate and will then potentially steam up the windscreen. I don't want to inflict that on any of the drivers. Inside of row number 2, a man that's been with us pretty much from the start of this championship, Javier Ripoll Jr. From Venezuela, the driver who's got 2nd place, his best finish in this championship overall. In the last time out, he took 5 third places in the 6 races he competed in last year. The 6th race, he didn't finish. So basically, if he finished a race last year, he came 3rd. So far, he's taken a P2, so bested that by 1 position. He's racing for the Est1 racing team. And he is also our onboard camera, I'm reliably told in my ear as well. So we can have a look at quite how bad the conditions are out on circuit. And then a very familiar grey with dark charcoal grey flashes of the track experience by Manthai front row. Eric Santos is actually the man on pole position. He was the driver that got the fastest, and how do I phrase this? He got the second fastest time of qualifying. So of the driver's 2nd fastest laps, Eric Santos's was ever so slightly faster than race 1 winner and the driver that will go from 2nd place in this race, Joel Monegro. Now, Joel absolutely romped away from the start of the field. If anyone was watching earlier on, they would have seen that, won by over 30 seconds. Easy, made it look easy. However, conditions in qualifying were much more similar to as they are now. Granted, maybe not quite as wet as they are, but it was very much wet conditions for the club division in qualifying. And Joel Monegro was still the man to beat, took the fastest lap time, but it was much, much closer, especially with his teammate Eric Santos. So that means that I think potentially we're going to have even more of a race of it. Let's just spin round and give you a view back down the grid to also give an idea of quite how much darker it is now than it was earlier. You can see the headlights of the cars reflecting off the circuit. And also, that's all that reflection is evident of how much water there is in the surface here. It's quite a coarse tarmac here at the Portimao circuit, which means that there is a decent amount of grip once you do get through the water, but the water does sit on the surface. And I've mentioned, as with the undulation all around the circuit, that means that there is lots of things the drivers have to keep an eye out for. Puddles, rivers, and such like. Starting behind the safety car, I'm getting the buzz in my ear that says that I need to vacate the grid, so I'm going to hand back to Brian Oliver for the start of the final race this weekend here, race 2 of the club division.
Thank you so much, Piers. It looks pretty horrendous down there, so I hope you're going to get somewhere dry. Okay, so we have had that official confirmation that we're starting behind the safety car. Well, you might say to yourself, well, they're starting behind the safety car anyway, aren't they? No, this will be single file, and there will be certainly at least, I would say, a couple of laps where we will circulate behind the safety car. Race director is very keen. Safety is the absolute top priority. Paul Beck is our race director for the club division, and he will make the decision when he's seen the cars going round. So we'll circulate single file behind the safety car, try and generate some heat in the tyres, in the brakes, and see whether it is safe to go racing. So we'll just carry on like that to start off with, and then if and when he feels as though it is safe to go racing, then the safety car will pull in and we will go. So it is very much a voyage of discovery. We're just going to see how this goes, and well, anything can happen in the next 30 minutes, to take a quote. So it could be interesting. The last one, well, we saw that win from Joel Monegro, a very, very dominant win. Well, this time he's going to have his teammate from Track Experience by Manthey in front of him, because they're going to be not alongside each other. So it will be a different dynamic to this race. It is at the moment still chucking it down with rain. Eric Santos on pole position, Joel Monegro alongside. On row 2, Javier Ripoll Jr. Keep an eye on him. He was making great progress in the last race. And also Levent Turkman. Keep an eye on him. He's very much enjoying his debut in Porsche Cup racing. Kasper Hockeboom is lining up 5th on the grid with Marabi Mekvabishvili. We saw him break formation early at the start of the last race. So I had a feeling there might be a penalty incoming, and that's what's happened. So Marabi Mekvabishvili starts 6th, having taken a 3-place grid drop. Just going to break away there. You can see on the dashboard, lights flashing. We have the Genioma system that has been introduced to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and it's an in-car system that allows the drivers to be marshalled. So when we go full course yellow, when we go green, it will indicate on their dashboard. It's a really good system. We've seen it in some other championships, and it's great that it's in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And it just means that the drivers are more on the button, especially with full course yellows, because they'll get a countdown. If we go to full course yellow, when we come out of it, we'll get a 10-second countdown, so nobody gains an advantage. That's the view from Alexander Dobik in the number 33 car. We'll come back to him at the moment, because just going through the grid on row 4 in 7th place, Jan Klingenberg, who's making good progress in the last race, has Hans Frisch for company. Well, I would say alongside, but behind in this instance. Then is Daniel Lewis, the sole GT4 driver. And if you are cursing the rain, blame Daniel Lewis. He said, I want it to rain because my car is quicker in the rain. So it's his fault. 10th place, Alexander Dobik, who we just were on board with. Then 11th, Ernst Inderbitzen, who didn't make the start on the last race. So as far as I can see, he's not starting this one either, which means that Hugo van der Woestijn is the final runner, which would be effectively 11th place, with Ernst Inderbitzen not starting. So that is the grid as the cars now start on their first lap behind the safety car. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what messages we get, and we'll let you know if we are about to go racing. The clock has started. So when we start by the safety car, the 30-minute clock starts immediately. So it is still 30 minutes plus 1 lap at the moment, and the clock is ticking down. So the race is effectively underway, but of course, no overtaking allowed. And you can see how difficult it is to see anything out there. And for Eric Santos, if we do go racing, when we do go racing, he will be in a great position because he won't have any of the spray and the murk. He'll have an open track in front of him, whereas everybody else will be peering through the mist to try and see their way through. As Piers already mentioned, it's not just clearing the rain on the outside. There is the inside of the windscreen can steam up, all sorts of issues. If you're a driver who wears glasses, that can also be an issue with the temperature changes, all sorts of issues that can come up racing in these conditions. But it's great experience. It's what we said before, summer wins are made in the winter, and this, referred to as a training championship, is the chance to get the kilometers in the car, improve championship chances. And if you can't race and do well in the wet, you're not going to win a championship. I mean, that's a basic fact, really, isn't it? So it's really important stuff, easy for me to say, sat here, but important for the drivers to be able to run in the wet. But we do get to a stage where if it becomes unsafe, or indeed too dark, I don't think there's any floodlights at the Portimao circuit, but if it does get to that situation, the race stewards may decide that we can't go racing. But I'm hoping that we're going to be okay. The rain, well, it's coming down, as you can see, but it's certainly, I'm pleased it's not my decision to decide if and when to go racing. But at the moment, you can see now from your graphic, the clock is ticking. So the race is underway. So I can say to you that our race leader is Eric Santos. In second place, Joel Monegro from Javier Ripoll Jr. In fourth place, Levent Turkman, ahead of Kasper Hockenberg. Marabi Mekbabishvili will be looking to make up for that 3-place grid drop. He's been looking very rapid, certainly a vastly improved driver even from last year where he was good. Jan Klingenberg in 7th, ahead of Hans Frith. Then our leading GT4 driver, Daniel Lewis. Alexander Dobek, one of the cars, along with Javier Ripoll Jr., has a camera on board. And then Ug van der Voosteen, who will be bringing up the rear of the pack and will have all the spray and the murk. Of course, the headlights are mandatory and essential in these conditions as the cars circulate to try and get a little bit of heat, what heat they can, so that if we do decide to go racing, they will be able to grip and keep the car on the track. So Eric Santos, who comes all the way from Brazil for this. Well, they have some fairly monsoon conditions in Brazil occasionally, as far as I've seen. So Santos will have the clear track in front of him. And he raced here in Portimao last year. Got an 18th and a 13th place. So this would be a heck of a result for him. He's already beaten his best ever result with a 4th place in the first race this afternoon. But he is preparing for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Brazil. And again, you know, it's all good practice in these conditions. But Joel Monegro in the teammate sister car, we've seen how quick he is. He was very, very quick in quali this morning. I was a little surprised, actually, because I had thought that Monegro would have had the best fastest time, which he did, but also the best second fastest time. So hats off to Eric Santos, who put one over on him and got the best second fastest time. Yeah, Santos and Monegro very much appear to be in the class of their own, but Javier Ripoll Jr. is a driver that we have seen many times in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Lives in Miami and races very much on the American Porsche scene. He's a Venezuelan, but lives in Miami. Well, apparently they've got snow in Miami at the moment, haven't they? So, oh, I've got notifications, safety car on this lap. So I think we might be about to go racing, which is great news for everybody. So our race stewards has clearly decided that it is okay to go racing. So the safety car will come in at the end of this lap, which will be in just a few moments. This is going to be a test. Well, the lights are off on the safety car. That is indication to the drivers behind. So it will now pull away. Santos will drop back. He does not want to catch the safety car. He will decide when to go. As long as he doesn't overtake the safety car, then he's all good. He will lead the field across the line, and Joel Monegro will then be looking to challenge into turn 1. So here we go. Round 2, Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe Club Division. We are go. Well, there's a lot of cars in the mist there. It looks to me as though it's Santos who's leading the way into turn 1. No heroics. Often the wet weather just causes drivers actually to take a step and not do the heroics and the big dive bombs into the corner. It's about just giving a little bit of extra space and respect to the cars around you, because nobody wins if you all end up in the gravel trap. But now we are racing, and it is Eric Santos who has that lead over Joel Monegro. But you get the feeling Monegro will be looking to challenge soon. I think Javier Ripoll Jr. may be rubbing his hands together here at the prospect of potentially challenging the two silver and black cars in front of him. But Levin Turkman has already proven that he is not here to make up the numbers. He only came this weekend to do testing and ended up loving it so much he's joined the series. And here he is now challenging for a podium position. So Javier Ripoll Jr. will be aware that Turkman is in his mirrors. Santos has that clear track, has track position. How much of a risk is Joel Monegro prepared to take to try and get past his teammates? Will he just settle for the points for second place? Because if he does, and things remain as they are, by my calculations, he will leave Portimao as the championship leader in the club division. But of course, we've got 21 3/4 minutes of racing to come in these treacherous conditions. So anything can happen. Javier Ripoll Jr. certainly putting the pressure onto Joel Monegro. So Monegro not having it as easy as he did in the first race. Santos has opened up a gap at the front. So you can see that gap now. It was about half a second. Well, you can see it's more than that. So we'll see what it is when they cross the start-finish line, which is going to be in just a few moments. But Santos certainly opening up a gap at the front, trying to make hay. I'm not going to say while the sun shines, but trying to take advantage of a clear track in front of him. The fastest lap of the race, 2.679. So that's what a clear track and a confident setup on the car does. Right, we've got a challenge now, and that is Levent Turkman challenging Javier Ripoll Jr. So far from Ripoll challenging Monegro, we've got Turkman coming forwards. So he is absolutely loving his first weekend in this series, and he goes to the inside. Ripoll Jr. did try to come back at him, but he looks to have it covered off at the moment. He gives Javier Ripoll Jr. the squeeze into turn 2 and 3. But at the moment, Turkman has that third place. So that has taken the pressure off Joel Monegro a little bit momentarily. So now Levent Turkman breaks clear from Javier Ripoll Jr., who's down in that fourth place. So Hugo van der Voosteen has had a track limit warning. I kind of feel like that could be forgivable as Alexander Dobic once again explores downtown Portimao in the number 33 car. You feel as though track limits would be forgivable in these conditions, wouldn't you? But it's all important that it's kept fair. So at the moment, Levent Turkman has dropped Javier Ripoll Jr. fairly quickly, and is already setting about Joel Monegro. So Monegro 2.679 back. The last timing I have at the moment suggests that Turkman may be closing in on Monegro, but we'll see what that is when they cross the start-finish line. No surprises that the fastest lap is Eric Santos. For those who like the stats, it's a 2:11.894. So a fairly reflective lap of the conditions, I think we would say. So Santos leads, Monegro in second, 2.679 back. We'll keep one eye on that. and also an eye on Levent Turkmen. So Monegro has closed in on his teammate. 1.6 is the gap. We're about 3.85 back to Turkmen. So the 1, 2, 3 are closing in on each other. So we could be in for a bit of a fight here in these conditions. Eric Santos may well feel the wrath of Joel Monegro, who now steals the fastest lap. Mainly, probably because he's also out of the spray of the car in front of him. So obviously, as soon as he catches Santos, he's going to be back into the spray. Right, look at Daniel Lewis in the GT4 car. He's into 8th place at the moment, started 9th. So we saw Alexander Dobic pointing in the wrong direction. He's in 9th place. So Daniel Lewis now up with Jan Klingenberg. Klingenberg showed a clean pair of heels to Lewis in the previous race. So I'm wondering whether Lewis might be looking to seek revenge. Marabi Babishvili in the yellow car. That stands out in the mist, doesn't it? Up ahead of them in 6th place. And Kasper Huckerboom in 5th place at the moment. Everybody driving sensibly, tiptoeing, fingertip steering, just trying to make sure that there are no mistakes, not hitting white lines, not hitting the puddles unnecessarily. That's where the traction disappears without warning and you're suddenly propelled off in a direction you weren't expecting. But Daniel Lewis starting to look now like he might want to put a challenge and get revenge on Jan Klingelberg for the previous round. So currently following in the mist behind him. Ahead of them, Marabi Babishvili. He's a few seconds back from Kasper Huckerboom in that 5th place. Keeping one eye on the leaders as well. The gap's still 1.6 between 1st and 2nd, but they're crossing the line now. So it's down to 1.2. So Monegro, another fastest lap. He's taken 4/10 out of the lead. Levent Turkmen not really making any inroads, 5.491 back. But we'll just keep one eye on that. This is the most entertaining battle on the track at the moment. So good that we're focusing on Daniel Lewis in that 8th place, challenging for 7th from Jan Klingenberg. Very much roles reversed from what it was in the previous race. Klingenberg in the treble 2 car, with the GT4 car just behind him. Right, here's 1st and 2nd. So it was 1.2 last time across the line. Well, you can see it's a lot less than that now. So Monegro has caught Santos. Now Santos not putting up any fight at all by the looks of things. So Monegro, has he got in front of Santos? Yes, he has. He's just sailed past him. So Eric Santos didn't even put up a fight. Drops down to 2nd place. Joel Monegro is our new race leader. And it may be that Santos has decided that he was always going to get past. Better to concentrate on keeping the thing on the track rather than throwing it off into the gravel, trying to defend a lead that he was never going to keep. Only Eric Santos can answer that question, but he's still well clear of Levent Turkmen, who is some 5.4 seconds back. But we'll see what that is when they cross the start-finish line. So your new race leader, the driver that dominated the first race, Joel Monegro, now in the lead of this one as we hit the halfway point. Eric Santos, the pole position driver, is relegated down into 2nd place. Levent Turkmen, who appears to be loving Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, in 3rd place ahead of Javier Ripoll Jr., Kasper Huckerboom in 5th ahead of Marabi Babishvili, and Daniel Lewis is past Jan Klingenberg. So Lewis is up to 7th place. Klingenberg is into 8th with Alexander Dobic behind him. So Daniel Lewis said he wanted the rain, and he is showing exactly why, because that little Porsche Cayman is proving to be the weapon of choice in these greasy conditions. So Monegro opens up a gap of 2.1 almost in an instant from Eric Santos. Santos in that 2nd place and now has Levent Turkmen closing in. So Turkmen has taken about 1.5 seconds out of Eric Santos. So he's just 3.5 seconds behind now. So Levent Turkmen may well be a contender for second place when this race shakes out. We see there Marabi Mekbabishvili in 6th place, disappearing through our picture. Every driver just having to fight to look through the spray and the mist. You can see how low the cloud is in the background. The visibility reducing by the moment. There is Daniel Lewis, who has left Jan Klingelberg in his wake by some distance, already opening up the gap and closing in on Marabi Mekbabishvili. So Daniel Lewis clearly loving these conditions. There is Marabi Mekbabishvili in a car that is perfectly painted for these conditions. The 218 car, prepared by Lap Time Performance, finished 11th in the last race. There's Eric Santos in 2nd place. Just holding it all together, clearly choosing which battles to fight and which battles to not fight. Looking at Levent Turkmen, he's just put in a purple in Sector 2. So Levent Turkmen, the quickest of anybody so far in this race in Sector 2. So the number 77 car definitely moving in the right direction. As long as he can keep it on the grey stuff, we may well see Eric Santos being challenged before too long. There is Levent Turkmen in the number 77 MDM Motorsport car. Very pretty looking green and white car. I mentioned it earlier, Levent Turkmen turned out just to test, just to practice a couple of days ago and loved it so much he decided to sign up for this weekend. I hope he's going to make it a season because he is proving to be a very useful pilot indeed. His previous experience is from the BMW Compact Cup, which is something very, very different. And I believe we may be seeing him in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux in 2026, which will be a real treat because he is really showing himself to be a really spectacular driver. And in these conditions, to be closing in on Eric Santos, who I believe is a lot more experienced than him, that is no mean feat. And leaving Javier Ripoll Jr. behind in his wake as well. As we zoom in on turn 5. So Levent Turkmen now closing in on Eric Santos in that 2nd place. So what can Santos do about that? Oh yeah, well you can see the rain has not backed off in any way at all. It is horrendous out there. Less than 11.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. I should think most of these drivers, possibly with the exception of Turkmen and Lewis, will be pleased to see the checkered flag. Turkmen, the quickest driver, the fastest driver on the previous lap, a 206.940. That compares to a 207.5 for Joel Monegro. So about 0.6 of a second quicker than the race leader. So Levent Turkmen seems to love these conditions. So he's closing in on Eric Santos. We'll keep one eye on that. There's Javier Ripoll Jr. in 4th place, running pretty well on his own at the moment. Daniel Lewis is still closing on a Marabi Mekbabishvili. It was 1.498 last time across the start-finish line. So I think that may have closed up a bit as well. As we look at 2nd place Santos, he will see the 77 car in his mirrors. He will know that the oncoming storm might not just be in front, it might be behind as well. Right, let's have a look at a replay here. That's Alexander Dobik in the 33 car. And that's around turn 5, just losing it on his own. He's had a fairly wretched weekend, I think, so far. He got a 9th in the last race, but has not enjoyed these wet conditions. The owner of Hodeka has guested in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup at Monaco last year. But this is probably an even greater challenge than that in these conditions. Javier Ripoll Jr., the fastest man on the track. So another car that's further back starting to turn the heat up. So Levent Turkmen's quickest lap has now been eclipsed. Whoa, under braking. He went to challenge Eric Santos. I had somebody in the audience shouting there as well. Almost got it wrong under braking into turn 5, and that would have ended in tears. So he managed to take avoiding action, but Levent Turkmen under braking into turn 5 came very close to the back end of Eric Santos. Fortunately, he was able to take avoiding action as we see Marabi Mekbabishvili. Right, let's have another look here at this. under braking, and well, it was well clear, I think, of Santos, but it was certainly a wild moment. And of course, if it had gone any further and ended up in the gravel trap, it would have been game over. But he's picked it all up, gathered himself off. He's still in a podium position, but Javier Ripoll Jr. in 4th place, quickest man on the track. Unfortunately for Javier, 5.334 back from Levent Turkman, so will require maybe a bit of a mistake from the cars in front to get up into a podium position with 8.5 minutes remaining. Daniel Lewis is trying to force Merabi Mekvabishvili into a mistake. He's putting the pressure on, isn't he? Looking to the left, looking to the right, filling the mirrors, trying to force Merabi Mekvabishvili to miss a braking point. That very nimble Porsche Cayman GT4 car looking very quick. Right, Monegro has responded with a fastest lap. Whoever thought that in these conditions we'd be trading fastest laps, but maybe that's an indication that the rain has possibly backed off a little, that the track is drying out a little. You wouldn't believe it looking there, would you? Look at Daniel Lewis wringing the neck of that number 19 car as they come out across the start-finish line. Once again, he looks to the inside of Merabi Mekvabishvili. Is this going to be a late braking moment? He gets to the inside. Can he slow it down enough? Yes, he can. Daniel Lewis up into 6th place, and Merabi Mekvabishvili is relegated down into 7th place. So good driving from Daniel Lewis as he continues his march forwards. Now they are some 4.5 seconds, 5.7 seconds back from Kasper Huckerboom. So Daniel Lewis may struggle to go much further forwards than 6th place. And of course, he's got the issue of Merabi Mekvabishvili, who may well be trying to come back at him into turn 5, sliding the back end into that turn 5. That's exactly what Mekvabishvili does. He comes back at him. And Daniel Lewis maybe just braking a little late, losing the traction at the back. The car goes deep into turn 5, and Merabi Mekvabishvili is through to retake 6th place from Daniel Lewis. So after all that hard work, he's going to have to do it all again. So we've had a spin from car 92. So Hans Frisch, that's further back. He's had a bit of a moment. That's understandable. Right, look at this, Daniel Lewis. He's got the bit between his teeth now. I should think that the red mist may have descended slightly, but he's overdriving it slightly. The 19 car with the back end sliding out. Merabi Mekvabishvili has this one covered off at the moment into turn 13. And Daniel Lewis pushing as hard as he can, but the front trying to go straight on in these slippery conditions. 6 minutes and 10 seconds plus 1 lap. Joel Monegro continues to put in the fastest laps. So extending his lead to over 6 seconds from Eric Santos. Levent Turkman, after that moment, is some 5.367 back from Eric Santos. So not looking like being able to challenge for second as things stand at the moment. Still, this fight for 6th continues. Daniel Lewis sizing up Merabi Mekvabishvili for the second time. Is it going to be a cut and paste maneuver from last time? No, because he's not as far forwards as he was when he made that move into turn 1 last time. This time has to drop in behind. 5.5 minutes to try and get past the yellow and black car in front, taking an entirely different line into turns 3 and 4. Through the puddles they splash. 5.25 minutes remaining. Joel Monegro in the lead by over 6 seconds. Eric Santos looking a lot more secure in 2nd place now. Levent Turkman in 3rd place. That's your 1, 2, 3. Then Javier Ripoll Jr. running on his own. Then Kasper Huckerboom also running on his own. Then this battle here, 6th and 7th. It's Merabi Mekvabishvili with Daniel Lewis challenging him for position. Is Bulgaria versus Great Britain. Advantage Bulgaria at the moment. Mekvabishvili mastering these conditions. We're looking again at the spin, I think, that the 92 car... Oh, no, it's Alexander Dobik. What do they say? He spent more time with the racetrack going around him than him going around the racetrack. But he's regathered it. He's kept it out the gravel. He's kept it out the barriers. Also into the gravel, the number 8, Kasper Huckerboom. He's also kept it going, although a bit of rallycross going on there. Has he found the track? It looks like the back end has slid away from him again. So Kasper Huckerboom Looks like he got it all wrong, has had a problem, and then has had a problem trying to solve the problem. So he's down in 8th place, and that could be even less than that if he can't get it back out to the track anytime soon. Meanwhile, Daniel Lewis continues his fight for that 5th place. This is personal now. There is Marabi Mekvabishvili. We've got a yellow flag at turn 10. That may be for Kasper Huckerboom. And look at Daniel Lewis. He's gone very wide there. Completely missed the braking. And now is way too far back to challenge Marabi Mekvabishvili anytime soon. That was out of turn 15. That would certainly have got the track limits warning flashing. But I don't think he gained any advantage from it, do you? In that position, he sees Marabi Mekvabishvili in 5th place. The gap has opened up. The time is running out. Let's have another look here. And this is Kasper Huckerboom. Had a wild moment, got into the gravel. I think he got it out of the gravel. Now, did he manage to get it moving or keep it moving? He went onto the grass, which has very little traction. And looks here as though he may have struggled to get it back onto the track. So Kasper Huckerboom drops to last place and is being shown as a non-runner. So no surprises there. That's understandable in these conditions. Just so tricky. He got it out the gravel, which was the hard work, and then cooked it running across the grass. There is Daniel Lewis, also trying to come back from a wild moment in turn 15. So he's regathered it up, but Marabi Mekvabishvili is now well ahead. And with 2 minutes and 20 seconds of timed racing, plus the 1 lap remaining, time's starting to run out to relieve him of that 5th place. He's still trying though, isn't he? You can't knock him for that, giving it absolutely everything in the GT4 car. So, here we come again. Marabi Mekvabishvili in 5th place. Daniel Lewis, the leader in the GT4 category, just doing everything that he can. Remember, that number 19 car doesn't have as much power as a Porsche Cayman versus one of the big boy Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars. So to be staying with him, not to mention challenging him, is quite a feat. So Marabi Mekvabishvili once again out along the pit straight. Daniel Lewis never gives up. 90 seconds plus 1 lap remaining. Lewis taking that inside line in towards turn 1. He's not close enough to challenge this time around, but he might yet get on the back bumper of Mekvabishvili before this race is done. Our race leader, Joel Monegro, is up at turn 6 at the moment. Depending on how quickly he can get back to the start-finish line will determine how many more laps we've got left of this race. Once the clock strikes 0, the leader continues the lap that he's on, and then we have 1 more after that. And Monegro very much in control. Low, 4.2 seconds. So Eric Santos has pegged it back a little bit as Daniel Lewis tries to get around turn 5 a little tidier than last time, and mission accomplished on that front. Out towards 6 once again. But Joel Monegro, he's still got a massive lead, but Eric Santos keeping in touch to a degree. If Monegro does have a problem, Santos will be ready to jump as Daniel Lewis continues his fight in 6th place. Right, I'm looking up at Monegro, who is up into turn 15 at the moment. So not sure whether he can get to the line before it strikes 0. I don't think he will. So he's out of the final turn now. The clock has struck 0. So I'm looking for indication as to whether he crossed the line. If he hadn't crossed the line when the clock struck 0, this will be his last lap. So he continues at the moment in towards turn 1. Whichever way, he's got a 4.7 lead, and yes, it is the final lap of the race. So it did strike 0 before he got there. He'll probably be quite happy about that, because 1 less lap in these conditions is 1 less opportunity to chuck it in the gravel trap and have a problem. So Joel Monegro, 4.7 clear of Eric Santos. That's looking like your 1, 2, 3, because Levent Turkman also looking fairly solid. providing the drivers can all keep it on the grey stuff and not have too many dramas. Then it's Javier Ripoll Jr., a fairly solid 4th place to go with his 2nd place from earlier. And then Murabi Mekvabishvili, who has fended off Daniel Lewis, all the attack from Daniel Lewis, who is in 6th place. So we look at Joel Monegro at the moment. He's into turn 8, and then it'll be round to turn 9 in what has been a truly challenging afternoon for all of these drivers. If this is the training championship, boy, have they had some training. How to drive in monsoon conditions, how to keep it between the white lines. And Joel Monegro, a bit of a masterclass once again. He utterly dominated the first race. He took a little while to catch Eric Santos, but then when he did, Santos not putting up too much of a fight, Monegro made the move, got into the lead, and then pulled out a gap of 4.7 seconds. You could just see Santos in the distant background in that 2nd place, tiptoeing home, choosing which battles to fight. But Joel Monegro is the man who is going to make it 2 out of 2 here. Rounds 1 and rounds 2. Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe Club Division. It's a 2nd win for Joel Monegro in such challenging conditions. Eric Santos in the 221 car will record his best ever finish when he crosses in 2nd place. And what a drive from Levent Turkman to come home with a podium finish on his debut ahead of Javier Ripoll Jr. Murabi Mekvabishvili has fended off Daniel Lewis, I think, but we will wait to see who comes out of the final corner in just a few moments. Has Murabi Mekvabishvili fended off Daniel Lewis? We look to see now. Yes, he has. Daniel Lewis having to settle the 6th place after a brief stint in 5th place. Then Jan Klingelberg in 7th ahead of Hans Frick. We're waiting for Hans Frick to come round. He's up in 13 at the moment. So still waiting for him to do the last couple of corners before we see Hans Frick. Then it will be Hugo van der Woestijn. He, at the moment, also a little way back. Alexander Dobik, well, it's a result, and 10 out of 10 just for getting to the end of this race. It looks like our only non-finisher is likely to be Casper Huckerboom. You can see how much the leading pack pulled away because we're still waiting for Hans Frisch to show up. Here he comes any second now to cross the line and to take that 8th place. We're looking, subject to confirmation, 8th down to 11th, but we're looking at Joel Monegro, Eric Santos, Levent Turkman, Javier Ripoll Jr., Murabi Mekvabishvili. No doubts about the top 5 there. Daniel Lewis taking the win in the GT4 and their 6th place overall. I can confirm that Hans Frisch did eventually reach the finish line, as did Hugo van der Woestijn, who finished in 9th, and Alexander Dobik recording a finish as well. We say a massive thank you to all of these drivers for braving such horrific conditions, for entertaining us. A really good race 2 for the club division, round 2 of their championship. Unbelievably, we're at the quarterway stage of the championship already. But the good bit is we only have to wait 5 days before we get to do it all again in Estoril. And into Parc Fermé comes Joel Monegro. And in a few moments, we'll see Eric Santos pull alongside him and Levent Turkman. So all of the crew, all the marshals who have been out there in the pouring rain, thank you so much for all that you have done to provide us with 2 fantastic rounds of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Absolutely loved all of the racing we've seen. I think the first club division race was maybe a little quiet, still entertaining. The other 3 races have been absolutely brilliant. We have loved all of them, and it's just a taster of what's to come. We've got a lot of drivers that are going to be joining as this season goes on. Certainly a number who have signalled intent and registered for some of the later rounds. So we will see the grids changing as the season progresses, and some new drivers coming in as well. But at the moment, our focus is on these who entertained us, and receiving the congratulations from friends and family. And once again, track experience by Manthey dominate the race, and a lot of data, information, experience all being gathered as well. The two teammates just comparing notes, and Eric Santos maybe just explaining why he didn't put up too much of a fight when the lead changed hands. I think Levent Turkmen certainly takes one of my nominations for driver of the day, because he has done a phenomenal job. He got a 3rd place in the first race, and he's got a 3rd place in this race as well. And for somebody who this time last week wasn't even planning on racing, that really is job done. So he congratulates the 1st and 2nd place drivers. We're going to be hoping that when we regather in Estoril on Saturday, that conditions might be a little bit better. I can see that Piers is down in the pit lane, getting ready to have a chat to our race winner. So I'm going to throw down to Piers in the pit lane.
Thanks very much, Brian. Joel just said, "Oh, my hair's a mess," but it doesn't matter when you're double race winner, does it?
Yeah, that's fine. I can use the champagne as conditioner.
Absolutely. You look windswept and successful.
Thank you. What's the code? I'm a high-performance athlete.
High-performance athlete. Athlete sweat. Kiki, rah, rah. Exactly. Anyway, Joel, what a successful day for you, debuting the championship. You know, you've come in, double race win, albeit that one wasn't quite so dominant. He says still winning by 5.5 seconds.
5.5. All right, that's more manageable.
Amazing, though. Great effort.
That's one spin away.
Sorry, say again?
One spin away from not winning, so that's important.
But you didn't. But no, seriously, I mean, amazing effort from you. Also, the track experience by Manthey team with your teammate Eric Santos in 2nd place. Amazing job.
They're fantastic. They're absolutely the best.
I can see that you're really enjoying life as well, so that's great.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I reckon you're the championship leader.
Oh, well, we'll find out.
We'll find out. Congratulations, Joel Monegro. I'm going to grab a word with Levent Turkmen as well, because he's got a double podium. I'll see if I can grab Levent in a moment. He's celebrating with the Team GP Elite team. I'll tell you what, I'll just interrupt. Levent, can we have a quick chat? Why not? Eric Santos has decided that he already wants to get the podium underway, but I'll grab a quick word. Levent, you were very happy earlier on with your podium.
Yeah.
Double podium. I'd say a good day at the office.
A good start, yeah, absolutely.
Great pace in that last one. Your pace was electric, especially in the middle of the part of the race. Had a couple of purple laps in there as well, so clearly very comfortable with the car.
Sorry?
You had some fast laps in the middle of the race. You clearly feel very comfortable in the wet conditions?
Yeah, well, I think the fact that the weather the last couple of days was so bad did turn out fine for me today. But it's difficult to switch from the racing line to the wet line. But it went all well, and here I am again.
Here you are again. Will we see you next weekend?
Absolutely.
Wonderful to hear. Well, I'll let you go and get you prepared for the podium as I hand back up to Brian for the final time to run us through the highlights and close out his section of the show.
To have a word with those drivers, and it's good to hear their perspective. I think with all of them, I like the fact that Joel Monegro says I was one spin away from it all disappearing. Yeah, it just shows you how hard they were pushing. It was a great race, a race 2, which started behind the safety car. The conditions absolutely horrendous. Testing man and machine. It was Eric Santos who led the way when the safety car did come in, and it was Joel Monegro in 2nd place initially, coming under a lot of pressure from the cars behind. And certainly Levent Turkmen and Javier Ripoll Jr. looking like contenders for podium positions right from the word go. The drivers all driving very sensibly too. With Eric Santos and putting the pressure on for the lead, but it was going to take a little while. Before that, Santos did actually open up a fairly decent gap, because Monegro had Javier Ripoll Jr. and Levent Turkmen breathing down his exhaust pipe. In the background was Casper Huckerboom. He was not going to have a great end to the afternoon. Levent Turkmen with Javier Ripoll Jr. making that challenge on the outside. and Turkman coming back on the inside. But Javier Ripoll Jr. really struggling a little bit in these conditions, and the back end of the car just sliding slightly. Turkman was able to come back at him, eventually sealing that third place. The challenges were up and down the pack, as you always expect, but the most significant one was for the lead when Joe Monegro caught Eric Santos. Santos not really putting up too much of a defense of that lead, deciding that discretion was the better part of valor. The Brazilian giving way. The charge through the pack from Levent Turkman almost came to an end with tears when he closed in on Eric Santos and under braking got it all wrong. Great driving from Daniel Lewis and Marabi Mekvabishvili. What a fight they had all race long. Daniel Lewis did get in front briefly, but Marabi Mekvabishvili got him back again and was able to hold on to that fifth place. But at the front, Joel Monegro continued to stretch his legs, very much under control, despite what he might say. He received a checkered flag. It's been a clean sweep for Joel Monegro. 2 wins out of 2 so far this season. There is no doubting that he is the championship leader. The question is how well will he do when we regather in Estoril on Saturday? Because it's a very different kind of circuit there. It'll be good to see him then, and that'll be when the club division resumes. It has been a very, very entertaining race to round up the second race for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division here in the pouring rain at Portimao. That's 2 races done in the sport division, 2 done in the club division. Right. We are ready to head back down to the podium for the very last time. It's Piers Pryor.
Brian, thank you so much for taking us through all of the races today. It's been great to have your expert overview of all of that, and we'll hear your voice once again next weekend at Estoril. But for now, we still have a podium to do, and that is the AM classification, the Michelin Cup, as well as our GT4s. And in third place in the Michelin Cup is the 77 from the Netherlands, Levent Turkman. Congratulations, Levent, for MDM Motorsport. Third place. Second place, the number 221 from Brazil, Eric Santos. And big cheer from the Track Experience by Manthey team. And also from Track Experience by Manthey from the Dominican Republic, number 224, Joel Monegro. Congratulations, Joel. And that only leaves our GT4 winner, the number 19 from England, Daniel Lewis. Congratulations, Daniel. That's our top 3, and our winner is Joel Monegro from the Dominican Republic. So we will now have that national anthem. There we have, that's our podium for the club division Michelin Cup. Podium drivers are Levent Turkman, third place. Second place is the Brazilian driver Eric Santos, returning to the championship. And then our eventual winner, Joel Monegro. Double podium for the Track Experience by Manthey team. Great job. And then also Race Car Consultants taking the win with Daniel Lewis in the GT4 classification. Thank you for the trophy presentation from series organiser Lars Plato. Our top 3 plus our GT4 winner in the club division Michelin Cup. Top 3 GT4 winner Dan Lewis, all on the podium for their photos. And now an opportunity to spray the champagne. Levent Turkman's done that before, bangs it on the ground, and the plenty of champagne being sprayed. The laundrettes will have a decent amount of work to do in Portugal between now and next week, when we will go racing in just 6 days' time. We'll let the drivers from our club division enjoy their last moments on the podium. They won't have long to wait until they get to experience that feeling once again. Congratulations to all 3. I'm just going to seamlessly make my way into shot just like that. To round out the show, thank you so much, everyone who has joined us for this first event of 2026 here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Thank you from myself to Brian Oliver, who has talked us through all of the races today. Alpha Life for bringing this wonderful broadcast. The Circuit Algarve in Portimao, what a wonderful host they have been for another year. We hope to see them again next season. All the marshals, all the track staff, everyone has helped put on this event. Pro Speed, who put on the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We hope to see you live in just 6 days' time. Not long to wait until we go racing once again here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. That will be also in Estoril, near Lisbon, at the Estoril circuit. That's on Saturday racing. Saturday only, the 31st of January. Make sure you join us then.
Two, 1 2 1 2 2 2 2 2.